any thought got after the latest update, which was 10 pi, mixed with Beansmith, and well, a lot has changed since then.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has changed, and the thing is, I also really like the way the format evolved, and I also feel like that Mario during that event really showed us how the deck performed incredibly well, because we were not expecting it to winning the tournament, and funnily enough, also at YCS Birmingham, we saw Bestial Finsmith Tempai basically performing very well also in the top cut. And I also feel like that he's a very consistent player, and you know, like entering into an event and you're basically the current champion, let's say, always you have some pressure, no? But yeah, I mean, for this event, honestly, I'm not sure, because there are a lot of decks in the format as well. But I'm really curious to see, because he basically switched for this event to Malice, which I think it's a very solid choice.
It's definitely one of the decks that has a lot of success, even here in Bologna, as it got all the way down to second place, where though we have seen quite, you know, in the past some surprises from the deck, and as of recently, obviously, we've had the chance at YCS Birmingham also to see in action some of the surprises from the event, and a lot has changed. Recently, I had the chance to, you know, do commentary for the UK Open in Manchester, and there we had the chance to assess some of the impacts, in particular from the Blue Eyes structure deck, as well as the latest set, and this has made it so that, I mean, new decks are on the rise, and one of them will be able to see in action because Mario opponent is playing Apophis. So, new cards, I've had the chance to see some of them again in one of the rounds, and it's a very interesting deck. Maybe it's something that you could enjoy, because by engine they get access to some powerful trap cards that, you know, are summoned as monsters, and then they have, you know, additional effects. And I think it's an interesting, you know, deck where a lot of people might not be too familiar with, and so I guess they will have to try and adjust accordingly. So,
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see the deck in action, and I mean, honestly, I think also the Mikhail's deck list looks promising, and yeah, I really feel like it's almost time to duel, because our players are ready, so let's jump into the match.
There we are. So we already skipped through some plays, as we do see an Ash Blossom from Mario, who has lost the die roll, so he will be going second right here. And Michele already starting think. Oh, oof, but unfortunately it seems like this Ash Blossom really did hurt a lot.
And yeah, I mean, quite unfortunate stuff from Michele, especially because here, I mean, the Ash Blossom was very impactful, and the Apophis, honestly, here was, I mean, already revealed, because basically the strategy is, you know, oh, but now here Mario starts things off
with Lubellion. I mean, he had a lot of success, again, in Rome when he won the Italian Open with an heavy Bestial package. And although here he has switched the main strategy from Tempai to Malice, it seems like the Bestials are really something he enjoys.
And here now, let's see if Michele has... I think I see an Effect Veiler in his hand, but he's still holding it. Here comes the Dormouse, which it's basically the... it's quite the best card of the deck to start things off with. And I also like that Mario basically added some Bestials in the deck just to give consistency. And I also feel like that in this current format, still Malice, I think it's a very solid choice to enter the event. On the other side, I think it's also quite unfortunate from Michaela's side that the Hash Blossom basically stopped his entire strategy, because the man with the mark was I think it's a very good start, especially because it basically gives you a very direct access to either the Temple of the King, so basically Spiral Trap card. And I also like the this new strategy, but I also feel like here Mario may have the advantage, knowing what his opponent is playing.
Yeah, I mean, often the Malice deck is still one of the most threatening when it gets to go first, especially in game 1 where there is no Artifact Lancia. And when you're going second, but your opponent is not really able to accomplish much, you know, that's not a good feeling, as the deck can set up, but can also try and push a lot of damage. So this will be the case here for Mario, who, I mean, he has shown back in Rome that he's really the aggressive player, so... And yeah, here we see, as expected, this bestial package helping out. As a reminder for anyone who just tuned in, we are gonna go through these rounds where our duelist will play a best of 3, 45 minutes, so just like the usual, you know, format for the YCSs nowadays. And yeah, they are gonna have to give their best through what will be 9 rounds of Swiss, which for anyone knowing, there is no top cut at the opens. So in order to win, as Mario did in Rome, you usually have to go undefeated. Maybe you can get a draw out there, but usually, you know, it's quite tough, because obviously still making it, I don't know, down to the last 8 duelists, it's a great accomplishment, but like winning it is really something else.
No, I really feel like that this kind of tournament are very difficult, especially because it's not like YCSs where you can afford usually 2 losses to make it to the top cut. And you really want to bring it home, so you either may have a chance of drawing 1 out of the 8 matches, otherwise it will be very difficult to be crowned champion again. But I think Mario, we have seen him also in other tournaments, it's super consistent player. And here, yeah, the impermanence is being activated, but I think there's still another interruption from Michaela's side, which is Effect Veiler.
And though here we see yet another part of Mario's engine, the Fiendsmiths, which he gets to access with this moon. And yeah, we have seen how strong the Fiendsmith engine is. It has won so many different tournaments and still getting adapted to other decks. So at the end of the day, we can just say he was playing this Bestial Fiendsmith package already in Rome. It just switched Tempai cards for Malice cards and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like that Bestials over the last year and a half or so gave such a boost to every single deck, most likely, that here now I think it's just a matter of adapting it. And I really like that Mario is always finding, you know, alternative ways to play his deck. And having a lot of different small engines in your deck also gives you a lot of different ways, and here just showing us.
Yeah, let's take a look. For now, it gets through resolve. Yeah, they're just having a little bit of a chat, but it doesn't seem like Michele has much left at his disposal. Overall, I mean, I don't know. What do you think of Malice at the moment? Because it's obviously a very strong deck, but it really has failed to, you know, get those results going. Obviously, a lot of top cut finishes, but never really the big win.
I mean, I really feel like out of the decks that have been piloted lately, I think it's one of the most consistent one. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. For some reason, I think it always like missed the opportunity of winning tournaments. I really feel like it's one of those decks which is super consistent to play, but also at the same time, it gives you it makes you wondering why it's not winning tournaments. Like I think we have witnessed, especially the YCS Birmingham, over the Swiss rounds. I think at least 15 different decks. Something that may let you think why sometimes the deck may not be winning tournaments. But overall, I think it's one of those decks which I'm really afraid to play against, because it's consistent, and as Mario is showing us, you can basically mix it up with Finsmith and BCS as well, so to make it even more consistent.
Yeah, I guess in a way, I mean, as obvious as it is, the main concern becomes the side deck once Artifact Lancia has been consistently, as of the last months, the #1 most popular side deck cards for all of our duelists. And then, you know, it really makes you think that you need to find a strategy for just having an alternative solution once you go to the side decks, and the Finsmith do help. So maybe that's what Mario is trying to accomplish here.
And also having the regain on the field basically gives you another layer of interaction. But here comes the Metal Tronus, which, yeah, okay, it's not resolving, and I think yeah, Michele has seen enough.
It.
Yeah,
Michele picks up his cards, and I mean,
what can you do?
Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see as much. He had this decent opener, but like the Ash Blossom sometimes is enough. And I mean, gotta feel bad a little bit for him. Now he will, you know, move on to the side deck where he will try to again adjust better. And as we have mentioned, and unsurprisingly, Artifact Lancia is in the side deck alongside Chaos Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like Chaos Hunter has been increasing in popularity over the last months, and I mean, I really like the card, especially because against Malice, you really want to see one of them as soon as possible. And I mean, it's also like very annoying to deal with because it's I think it's 2500, so it's you know, I think it's a good resources to have in the side deck. And I mean, as mentioned, our players are prepared to play against Malice because overall, I think it's very well represented throughout the whole field, and I mean, I think you really have to be prepared and respect Malice, especially because you may think of like entering into this tournament and you know, like players will rely on it. So I think it makes a lot of sense, and of course pressurize on Michele's side. On Mario, honestly, what do you think? I think it's pretty.
Yeah, it's tougher to predict because, I mean, you won game one very smoothly. He has some interesting options in the side deck because he's siding a Kashtira engine, but surprisingly enough, he is not playing Fenrir at all, which, yeah, is definitely something a bit unusual. He's just playing the Unicorn, and that's it. I would have liked at least one Fenrir, I guess, just as an option, especially going second. But I mean, it is a solid engine that also he was playing back in Rome, so it really seems like he was trying to play as many cards as possible that were fitting in the previous strategy. But I don't know if he's gonna side anything at all. Maybe like one card that's really important is the RP Fighter Duster, because you really wanna try and, if the Apophis deck gets to do what he wants, he will set up at least 2 or 3 cards. But let's see whether that will be the case or whether Mario will try to get a back-to-back Open champion. Let's go to game 2. Here we are as they finish shuffling up.
Let's see if Michele now will have the chance not to be stopped by an Ash Blossom, or if there's any other interruption from Mario's side. We will soon find out.
Okay, and we see already from Mario the Purulia, which can be a bit annoying. So we see those Mulcharmi coming from the side deck from Mario, and we don't waste any time at all going for the Anubis, the last judge, to search for the man with the mark.
Yeah, I really feel like you want to start things off with Anubis, which is very good now. But of course, let's see. Mario allows this, so there's no Ash Blossom, which is good news.
I think I see already a Fuvalos as well, maybe from Mario. It's definitely another Mulcharmi, but yeah, here we do access our important field spell, Treasures of the Kings. And this is pretty much the best card. It allows you to do so much for the deck, which we have seen again at the Open in Manchester. Essentially, not only it accesses your trap cards, but then additionally you even get to add one of the monster mentioning Temple of the Kings. So it does really a lot.
Oh, but there's a Ghost Ogre being activated. So here there's the man being chained to the Ghost Ogre.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can tell some lack of experience from Mario against the deck, because he tried to use the Ghost Ogre, but unfortunately there is a lingering protection effect from the man with the mark, which says that, they just cannot be destroyed by card effects. So yeah, you can still attempt to activate the Ghost Ogre, but essentially it will not do anything. So yeah, bit of a waste here. And we did pick up a second copy of Ghost Ogre alongside another Charmy, but we are not using the Fuvalos. I think it's a Fuvalos.
Is it?
Yeah, it is, and we waited. I guess, yeah, he probably thought that we were gonna access the Fiendsmith engine, and then it does make sense to go for Fuvalos here. This hurts so much, because you can go, I guess, and Link, but then you don't really want to use the effect, because otherwise you give 2 draws. So let's see. I think Requiem can be summoned, but then we probably don't use the effect during this turn. We can just use it during our opponent. Ah, no, never mind.
Ah, there's draw.
We have a drawn and lock. But that was activated, you know, quite late. So now we are just gonna be able to stop both Mulcharmy's effects. And we are pretty much free to continue and just set up some Fiendsmith plays. With Mario still being on only 5 cards and now 4 using this effect Veiler, which is pretty big actually. Because we already used the Requiem, we don't have access to Engraver. And yeah, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, but here, thanks to the Temple of the Kings, basically Michele is allowed to activate his cross.
Yes. We can still access the sequence later on if we want. Few options available, and yeah, now he's just explaining the different effects of the Statue of Anguish and yeah, the Serpent, I guess, the Apophysis Serpent. Yeah, just explaining the effects. I mean, for anyone too unfamiliar, so what went down is that we did use the Serpent. Now we can access one of the most powerful cards in the extra deck, which is this Divine Serpent. But basically, yeah, the Apophis the Serpent allows you to special summon itself and then set an Apophis trap, and you can activate it right away. So this does so much. And now, by just getting them to the graveyard, we can go for this Divine Serpent Apophis, which is a bit of the boss monster, we could say, of the deck. Which just allows you to tribute both, you know, traps, you get back the effects, and yeah, you can see a lot of what's going on here. And then, finally, the Silhouette Rabbit has so much synergy in this deck. The target's choice is this Statue of Anguish pattern.
This is a deck that I could definitely play because of all these drop cards.
Indeed.
But yeah, I mean, look at this. Well, Michele navigated very well the Purulia. I mean, of course, there was the Ghost Rogue being activated on the fill spell, which was, you know, as mentioned, maybe Mario is not super familiar with the deck, but very impressive turn 1 from Michele.
Yeah. What an advantage. Let's see if Mario picks up the Feather Duster. Not quite the case, it seems, at the moment. And we will start just with Tract.
I think it will be very difficult for Mario here
Yeah.
to deal with this field, especially because if I think we saw two Engraver in his hand plus the truck, then there's another Ghost Ogre which may not be helpful.
Yeah,
I think
doesn't
here
really
is
do
just maybe here is just double checking which cards have been set the previous turn, and he just wants to make sure not to make any mistakes. But we've mentioned this a lot of times when there's a new deck being released and new cards being added to it. It's always like difficult to adapt to the possible interactions that you may not be familiar with, and I think also here, you know, that the Ghost Ogre was kind of a misstep from Mario's side, which here maybe is just asking for some clarification just to make sure he knows the set trap cards effects are.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, he knows that this Silhouette Rapid represents an interruption, and in reality, there is at least 3 pops, you know, 3 cards that just Michele can destroy with his face down traps. So it's a lot to overcome, and especially as you have mentioned, when you don't really have access to your bestials or your malice, which the bestials could have been really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, usually we have seen Fiendsmith being played with Malice and Bestials, but like usually the Druid's Worm and the Magnamud. I like that basically Mario's increased the number of Bestials in his deck just to give more consistency.
We don't... What happened? Do we...
He didn't draw for turn?
Really? I guess? Really? That's the first. Well, I guess so. Yeah, maybe he just forgot to draw for turn. With all these draws from the Mulcharmies. So the judge reminded him, and yeah, now we can proceed. For a moment, I was worried that he didn't have any target for the tract, because that was always a possibility. But I was like, no way, he sided out the Lurry. So yeah, here comes Lurry. And we could see already an interruption on this Lurry if we want to try and prevent the Requiem from coming down. And yeah, this is why Michele is already taking a moment to just think about it. And yes, it seems like he decided to use this Anguish.
And yeah,
Oh, and
here
actually
comes
flips
another
the
one.
Serpent as well. Yeah. We're gonna go all in here. So we are gonna go for the Serpent. And we are going to be using this Ogre on not quite sure what, but and yeah, now we are able to clear off this Lurry. If it is true what you have mentioned about the double engraver in hand, this could be brutal, but we do pick up a Bestial. I have to assume as the 6th card.
I think so.
Absolutely.
Because he didn't have it before.
This is big.
Yeah.
Because we cut off the Lacrima. And we at least, you know, try and represent something on the field. Without that, it was probably already game over on the spot. It's still looking rough, but at least Mario trying to stay in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very nice pick. For sure, out of the ones that he could have drawn into, I think it's maybe one of the best ones. And here Michele now is having a think, because I think he's quite controlling the game. But it all depends basically on... okay, here, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
we know, we saw this before.
We know about the engraver, even though we cannot use the tract, it's still alright, because we can summon it back by shuffling the Lurry, and we still haven't used the Requiem, so it still represents something. And yeah, that's exactly what's going on. So here comes once more the question to Michele. Do you want to interact with this? A lot of different options. Requiem available. Also, we can go into a rank 6. Let's see. No. So we are gonna access this Requiem finally. He has a few options. He could go into Lacrima and then Chaos Angel, for example. No, he's not using it. No. Oh, no, maybe yes. Because there is a card missing in the list. Let's check. Ah, no, but I mean, he does play Malice through. So it's probably unlikely that he has space. For a moment, I was back into thinking Mario was just on this Rome deck once more. And yeah, we do access that Fiendsmith in Paradise. Just trying to slow down Mario. You know, Michele next turn.
Really curious to see here now what Mario plan is. Because he knows pretty much what Michele is holding.
I guess he has Necroquip. What else? Yeah. No, there is no Chaos Angel in the deck at all. Understandable again. Yeah, there it is, the Necroquip Princess. We can just try and push to battle, I think. Maybe asking... Yeah, we are just gonna enter battle phase, push, and try to attack both. But yeah, we are just gonna remind him that Silhouette Rabbit is an illusion monster, so all this does is just push damage, but it cannot be destroyed by battle.
Yeah, I mean, there are all these secret effects that sometimes you can just, you know, forget, especially because, as previously mentioned, these cards are brand new and you may not be super familiar with. And
what's the target for this SP? It seems like something from the graveyard.
I think so.
Is it the Requiem? Because the Requiem is already there, so...
But Mario's hand, honestly, is not looking promising at all. He has Struck, Engraver, and...
Yeah, he basically has just some Fiendsmith engine for next turn, but he's pretty much done for this one. So it's surprising that I'm not quite sure what he targeted, but we're gonna find out. Oh, and we actually do chain Metal Tronus. Yeah, gonna just give up on his own SP, and this is big. I think Mario is now completely all out, and yeah, that's it. Picks up his card, doesn't want to waste time. There are 12.5 minutes remaining, and you know, the Malice deck can be tricky when time is closed. So yeah, just picks up his cards and call it a day, trying to just go first for the first time in this match. and possibly get into his Malice engine. I mean, at least for this game, we got to see a little bit more what the Apophis deck can do when it gets to, you know, play the game, resolve the man with the mark, and yeah, it's definitely a deck that you somehow should get familiar with a little bit. It's not going to be the most popular, but like you can tell, for example, even a player as experienced as Mario, winning, you know, the Open in Rome, did go for an optimal play by using that Ghost Ogre when it basically accomplished nothing due to the protection from the man with the mark. So the surprise factor, we did mention it from time to time, is a big impact.
No, I mean, the deck I think is very consistent, especially because you can play a lot of different hand traps, a small package of Finsmith engine, and I mean, I think the deck is super consistent, and I think the key factor for this specific tournament is the surprise, let's say, that maybe your opponent may not be familiar with the deck, and it just happened here. We witnessed it in game 2, but I think also there was a good catch from Mario to pick up his cards.
Indeed,
because as mentioned, basically we have 10 minutes left on this round, and I mean, he's an experienced player, so maybe he understood that with that Metal Turnus being activated, there was nothing else that he could have done. But after seeing what the deck is capable of, honestly, I'm scared, because you know, like having all these set trap cards being activated, and then you basically recycle them, and I mean, the Anubis itself, it's I think it's, you know, gives a very nice addition and boost to the deck.
Yeah, but the question will be, is the deck able to go second? Again, as a reminder, the first time Michele will be going second all match long. He does have some interesting, you know, options, because outside of the Mulcharmies, he's also maining 3 copies of Dominus Purge due to the nature of this deck, so we'll see maybe if he gets access to those, as well as the Dronle locks that put in a lot of work in this game. So without further ado, our players are ready, so let's jump back into the last game for round 1. Here they are. First question, do we have any Mulcharmies that we want to use right away? And the answer is yes. We do see a Fuvalos, but it's negated by the Ash Blossom. Wow. Big start. Yeah. And ooh, I see Droll and Purge, I think.
Really?
Yeah. Big end. And Metal Tronus, maybe.
And Metal Tronus, yeah.
Rough.
He allows it.
We could see the Droll. And we do see Droll and Lock come down. You can see Mario not really caring, going at full speed, because he knows there are 8.5 minutes left. He really does not want this to end in a draw, because as we have mentioned, it would be, you know, quite unoptimal to start like this, because then you need to win out all remaining matches to have a chance at being a back-to-back Open champion.
Just Finsmiths, not Malice yet. Okay. Here comes the first one.
And yeah, this is quite a good start.
Well, the Droll lock, of course, like, you know, it's annoying, but it's, you know, not super scary in this specific spot.
Mm-hmm.
Mario can still play. It really depends on what he's holding and what he really wants to go for. So let's see the line here, because he goes for the lizard. Michele is allowing everything. And here are the first life points being paid from Mario. And I mean, as mentioned, I mean, our players have, I think, also other 2 minutes of extra time.
Yeah.
So there's still, you know, eight good minutes to be played. But of course, when playing Manis, this is something that you have to keep in mind, especially because when time is approaching, you know, this is a factor that
And yeah, now we continue to set up. We saw them at Altronus, but it seems like Michele's end was lacking a bit of engine. So let's see if he can find anything to fight back from the top of his deck. And yeah, look at this.
and here comes the purge. So a very interesting spot here.
Yeah.
I think maybe Mario was not expecting this, but
Absolutely not.
still, I mean, I feel like he's,
Oof.
I mean, this isn't super impactful because it changes quite a lot.
Yeah, the purge was actually pretty strong here, and we
Wow.
pass with this Mascherena.
I think also the sequence of, you know, the Fuvolos being activated, the Ash Blossom, and then the Draw the Lock was quite perfect.
Yeah.
From Michele's side.
And we do find the engine, we find the Lacrima off the top, to which we are gonna respond with our own Lacrima so that also this Mascherena can be used afterwards.
And here Michele is thinking if he has any response to this Lacrima. And the Finsmith in Paradise is being sent. So Michele allowed the Lacrima to send it from the deck to the graveyard.
And now we're gonna use this Mascherena. What will be the target of choice? Is it just an SP? Yes, it is just the SP. But we have the Metal Tronus
Wow.
as before.
I think Michele is left with one card in hand. Now it's his time to go for the Requiem and activate the effect, bringing Graveyard onto the field. And we basically have 2 minutes plus other 2 minutes of extra time. So there's still time. And I think Mario still, you know, I think he may have a chance, but
but that's rough,
Yeah,
mostly
it's
because
difficult.
of time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he really didn't see that Domino's Purge coming. That was the main punish, I would say, of them all. And he just tried to come up with a plan B on the spot, which was this SP. And just like in the previous game, we see this Metal Tronos. And yeah, this is rough. We are going to be able to push a lot of damage, then possibly make a Wave Viking Caesar as well, if, for example, that's even just the easy plan. But at least now we do have the Paradise to stop some of this aggression. So that's still nothing to, laugh at. With just one card in hand left from Michele. We are gonna push the damage, so it seems like Mario will live to see another turn.
Difficult. It's quite difficult now.
And yeah, just one face down and a pass. Mario is gonna have around 3 minutes because there are 2 minutes of additional time. So he's gonna have to try and be as fast as possible, but we see another Metatronus here. Wow, it's gonna be really the battle of who is faster, because now Mario knows that there is no more interruption coming from Michele.
Yeah, he needs to play as fast as possible. This is, I mean, we've mentioned this before now. It'll be very difficult for him, but I think he may have a chance. He's playing at full speed just because he knows that his opponent doesn't have any response to this, and he's only left with the Engraver.
And yeah, this will be plenty. Just needs to be fast, but it seems like he should be able to do it. Because again, there is 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining before time is called. And here we see the Access Scott Talker. It is in the deck for a good reason. And yeah, this will be plenty of damage to just push the 8,000. And Mario confirms himself winning round 1. Well, what a start to this Open here in Bologna. As mentioned already, we are gonna be playing through 9 rounds of Swiss to crown who will be the Italian Open champion, as we have 509 players gathering from all over. And our current Italian Open champion from Rome, it's Mario, who just won this round 1. Decided to switch quite the strategy from Tempai to Malice from the last event, but still kept a lot of the similarities as we've mentioned. But I think it's worth giving some congratulations to Michele as well. He managed to pick up some of these cards that are just quite new. And with the Apophis and, the man with the mark, he showed us a little bit of what you can do from a deck that probably still is not 100% refined. So you guys can try it out for yourself and just, find what the optimal build could be looking like.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the deck, and especially because, I mean, we really thought that he had a chance, because like Mario was almost, on that point to lose the game 3. But still, it is a long run, so 8 rounds to be played. And congratulations to Mario, which kept his composure after losing game 2. And
showed really what it's like to be a champion. But thank you guys for being with us. Again, we have a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh! To show you throughout the day, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be soon with more content live from Bologna. Hi and welcome back to the Italian Open 2025 in Bologna. We just witnessed Mario Tarantino, the current Italian Open champion, win in round 1, trying to defend his title. And the key word for this event, as we have 509 players gathering from all over, is diversity. We have so many different decks across the tables, but only one will be able to take the event by storm. But talking of waves, we are gonna see here in round 2 a deck that I am completely in love with. If you know my bias, it was the deck that I picked to win YCS Birmingham, Mermail. And against it, though, we have quite the spice, as we have a mix of White Forest and toy cards. So can't wait to see them in action. And I think without further ado, let's just jump into action. Ooh, and what a start. I mean, Giuseppe Mincione going first, opening quite the end. I mean, Mermail, we have had this discussion back at Birmingham, but for many, it's just the best combo deck going first, and for a good reason. We do see differences between the list. For example, I'm immediately picking up that he is not playing Mulinglacia, so he will not be going for that. But let's see how he will continue this combo, as we do see the next Abyss. The best card in the deck by far. On the other end, though, I'm looking at the interruptions that we have in deck. And now we're gonna see a interesting start with this minstrel. Let's take a look at this end from his opponent. Do we have any interruptions? Only that impermanence, which we have not used. But the deck is revealed, because at the very top on the left, we see that toy box, as well, pretty much all 3 engines. So we see the toy box, we see the Azamina, and we see the White Forest. But yeah,
I mean,
not
yeah, you check it
surprised.
off. Especially because now we received Giuseppe an updated deck list, and Mulinglacia is there.
Yeah, it is the 41st card, so... And there it is, added right here.
And, I mean, this is... I mean, what a hand, honestly. I mean, we've mentioned this before, especially at Birmingham, how powerful the deck is and how difficult it is to stop if there's a hand like this. And,
Here comes... Elegant. Able to bring all the different fishes from the deck, but yeah, what an opener with this Mulinglacia, discarding.
I mean, look at this.
2 cards. It's the toy box, and it's one of the White Forests. Yeah. I mean, you should not show, but I mean, this is act of sportsmanship from his opponent. Just reminding him what's left in the end. And I mean, usually we can set up even double Bahamut Shark into double Totally Awesome. So yeah, this is incredible.
And speaking of Mulinglacia, honestly, surprisingly enough, we've seen some players not playing it.
No,
in
indeed,
Birmingham.
yeah. So,
but I mean, I'm a fan of it, honestly. Especially if you go first, like with a hand like this. Good
it's
luck,
rough.
I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of different ways that you can combo. For example, even the statue, which is not in the deck. That one is really not in the deck. But yeah, in this case, Mulinglacia is still quite the scary option. But yeah, we are just gonna try and access more plays. We did not go for the Elegant effect right away. And we have not summoned. And here comes the first Bahamut Shark. We know that it's going to resolve. And yeah, here comes the first Totally Awesome. We can still search for the Dragoon.
This is insane stuff, honestly, from Giuseppe. I mean, with a hand like this, I mean, you get rid of 3 cards. There's also a negation with the Totally Awesome.
Yeah, at least it's worth mentioning that out of all the interruptions, Impermanence is the best when you are facing Mermaid to, you know, get rid of with the Minstrel, because at least it has a useful effect when you get it back. But, you know, usually it's very rough, like, and rare that it's going to be enough, you know. So, let's see. Now, here we bring back the Coelegant, which we have not yet used. But, I mean, the issue is at this moment, our field is pretty much clogged up. We need to link away some of our monsters to really make use of the other Abyss Spikes and the Gluttonous Fish. Fish. And yeah, this is exactly what's going on. We just link away everything, setting up just our Mermail King Neptabis, and take a look at these resources in the graveyard. Wow, such
Full of pieces.
factors. Yeah, Giuseppe in one of those positions where you feel that you have won, so it's just trying to ask if there is any like graveyard effect that maybe he's not thinking about, and yeah, just want to make sure that it is the right thing. And I mean, we mention it from time to time. It's always not really the easiest experience to be playing on stream, especially early on in the day when, you know, you're still maybe a little bit sleepy, and the nerves are really what can make a difference. And here we seem like we are actually going to go for an interesting synchro play into the white aura porpoise. Or is it... oh no, yeah, it's not the white aura. It's the white aura, but Monoceros. Or not. There it is, so we can special summon back a fish if we want. Interesting line, because it seems like it has been clear to Giuseppe from the very start that he needs to activate this Coelegant, but he's not really finding the way to get rid of many monsters on his field to be able to do so convincingly. So again, here he finds himself in this spot where, okay, you can summon back another monster, but then eventually you still have to get rid of it if you're gonna use this Coelegant effect. So at the end of the day, you need to at least go for the second Bahamut Shark, and yeah, this is exactly what's going on. We just quickly bring back Abyss Spike, and then we are gonna go and just banish right away the Lizardos. So finally now we can use our Coelegant. Yeah.
Yeah, it took him some time just to figure out which would have been the better way for him to use it, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, luckily he didn't get punished by drawing into one of the targets with the Lizardos, and now we do set up the second Totally Awesome, and we can end it all with yet another interruption. Wow. Definitely unusual feed. I don't feel like we have seen this quite often. But the great part about this is that you cannot target due to the Neptabis, which is exactly what his opponent is asking. So that Infinite Impermanence cannot be used on the Totally Awesomes. And we might actually see a very quick game one where we just pick up our cards depending where Giuseppe wants to use his interruptions.
Well, very impressive feel from Giuseppe, and I really like the way he, before proceeding, he just had a thought just to figure out which would have been the better way to proceed. And here it's just thinking if that's the case, to negate the deception, and I think it makes sense to do so. And here, yeah, Pierpaolo is just thinking if he can somehow do something else rather than going into game 2, but very difficult situation. Here he goes with the Sylvie, and yeah, Giuseppe knows that there's one impermanence, one card that he's not aware of. He's taking it as well, and I think it's pretty much over. And yeah, Pierpaolo has seen enough, and our players are going into game 2.
I mean, what can you say? When the Mermail deck goes first, we have seen it plenty of times throughout the past months. There is not much that you can do, especially in game 1, where maybe you don't have access to, you know, all of the Mulcharmies that you could have in the side deck in second. This is not surprising. It is arguably the best combo deck of the format. And I mean, sometimes I think a key skill that, you know, is often underestimated is when to pick up your cards. And in this specific case, we saw a really strong opening with the Shadow Guard plus Tius. Then we got to resolve the Neptabis, and only at that point, when it was clear that already there was another Dragoon at the Minstrel, I think maybe there was room for at least, you know, keeping some information, because at that point, you know that you're gonna get your hand sniped. So impermanence will be gone, you have no other interruptions, so at the very minimum, you will be staring double totally awesome. If they play the Mulinglasha, they will also Mulinglasha. So again, maybe it doesn't change much at the end of the day, but, you know, it's one of those things where just keeping your opponent wondering, what should I side deck? If you're gonna lose the game anyway, it's something to consider. But regardless, though, he's gonna now start things off. Pierpaolo will go first, trying to set up some of his own combos with this White Forest Toy Azamina. And yeah, I think all that we can expect from his opponent is still probably not much of a side deck.
I mean, we've mentioned this especially because being Mermail such a combo heavy deck, like, you know, you really don't want to over side decking. But it's interesting that he's playing 2 Dipsy Divas in the side deck.
Indeed. Not something that we have seen a lot. Could be for going first, just to add even more, because like the typical build, and this is the case for Giuseppe as well, main 6 Mulcharmies. But when you go first, you want to talk to us out, and maybe just thought, okay, I'm gonna just add more engine, and yeah, I'm interested to see if we'll actually take a look at the Dipsy Divas later on. But it seems like our duelists are almost done with their side decks, so let's jump back into action for game 2.
Here they are now. Paolo will go first, and let's see if...
Yeah, I'm curious to see these toy cards as well, how they will line up. And we do start things off with Sylvie. We don't really expect, like, we have not seen any Mulcharmies from Giuseppe in the draw phase. Ooh, but we do have interruptions. So now we will access with the Sylvie the Woos of the White Forest. Let's see how do we follow it up.
A rock.
Yeah, there is a rock. You're right. Which is also not just a rock, because for anyone who has missed it, soon, later on next week on April 10, a Quarter Century Stampede will release, and with it, the exclusive, never before released in the TCG version, alternate version of the Nibiru,
And I
the
love
Primal
it.
Beaming. I also love it.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, now we try to slow down Pierpaolo using this Ash Blossom, but we basically stopped the LZ, and it's still gonna come down. We add the one copy of Tails, and the first Synchro Summon of Pierpaolo's match is out with this Rasiela.
Also, Giuseppe is a very experienced player, but do you feel like, yes, he's reading quite a few of Pierpaolo's cards? Do you know where? I mean, does he know when to activate the Nibiru?
No. I probably not. I mean, he's gonna try his best to take a guess, especially because, I mean, he has seen all the different engines, but usually maybe chances are, especially in Italy, that he has played maybe against the runic version of the deck, and this is quite different from it. At the same time, when you have the Azaminas, you play around Nibiru quite efficiently. Without them, I think it's a little bit scarier. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, as mentioned here, Pierpaolo is just explaining Giuseppe some cards, and I'm really curious to see now where and when the Nibiru will be activated. I mean, the Ash Blossom doesn't seem like he's not really caring about it. And here comes onto the field.
Yeah,
Queen.
Diabell. And yeah, you can tell that Giuseppe is not as experienced as he, takes the synchro to read it out. Gonna allow to get back this one copy of Tails. And now we are on summon number 4 or 5 already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Oh, but we do actually have access to, and I'm a bit surprised. Let's see, because Black Witch of the Wife so can come down and yeah, there she is. We cannot quite tell what has been discarded because all the cards are. Now we can. So this still again, and yeah, this is an important moment because at the time in which we will be searching for, the Hallowed Azamina, we need to be careful about that Nibiru because it will be negated if we just wait a little bit too long. There it comes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Giuseppe maybe feels it's not the right moment, or you think he's pretending he doesn't know where to activate it. I mean, maybe honestly, I mean, maybe it's just bluffing.
I mean,
that he doesn't have anything.
I would be shocked if we didn't use it here, and we do not. I mean, maybe he's just explaining, but maybe he doesn't even know the Azamina cards. Or no. Because I think here, like, if we want to Nibiru away the Synchro, this is the only moment, because otherwise we will just be summoning the Illa Sylvia, and then we have a negation for...
But I think it's also been a while since these cards were released,
yeah.
So...
Let's see. I mean, I think he is thinking, so... I would be surprised if he didn't know about them, and... It seemed like... Card has been activated, and Giuseppe is going to be using the Nibiru. Yes, yes. Chain Nibiru. So at least getting rid or trying to shut out the White Forest part of the deck from Pierpaolo. And yeah, that's it. So Nibiru is going to resolve. And then the Aloed Azamina is going as well. And here comes Mu. Just getting some more setup for next turn as well. Now we can recycle the Aloed Azamina. But yeah, Pierpaolo doesn't waste much time, goes and link away the token as well into what is the cross sheep. Nice interaction, as it requires just mastery with different effects. Finally, you can set up this interruption and also use the cross sheep effect to just special summon a monster back from the graveyard. I mean, you can tell Pierpaolo has been in this spot where they have Nibiru'd him before, and he has, you know, tried to find a way to still continue.
Yeah, I mean, this Nibiru hurts, but it's still, you know, capable of handling this situation quite well. And yeah, I mean, as mentioned, that would have been pretty much the only spot where the Nibiru could have been activated from Giuseppe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was maybe just, I don't know, the Ash Blossom that was not necessarily the right answer there. We could have also kept it, but I guess not sure how useful that could have been. I was thinking if we shut down the Azamina engine, maybe with the Ash Blossom specifically, then we can Nibiru later on in the combo. And now we still are free to synchro further or just access yet another of the engines, which this Fiendsmith, if we really had to, you know, include all of the different engines that Pierpaolo is playing in his deck, we couldn't show anything from his name.
But yeah, I mean, I think this is what really makes the current format very nice, and there's also a huge variety of decks, especially because you can just... I think Pierpaolo is playing a very small engine of Fiendsmith's cards in his deck, maybe just 5 or 6 of them, and yeah, with only one link summon you can access it all, so this is, you know, quite impressive, to be fair, especially because it's playing under Ash Blossom and Nibiru. And I really feel like this is... I mean, this game 1 and 2, it's been about... Okay, it's my turn, I combo off, and...
Indeed, kind of like... let me play situation, but yeah. He's trying to find a way around, because this Nibiru can actually be just annoying as an attacker if we don't necessarily advance, but is this just going to be Oh no, we spice it up a little bit.
With Abao Aku, which we don't see super often, but I like the car. I like the addition.
Yeah, so many plays coming down from Pierpaolo, accessing this Ursiela once more. And finally equipping the sequence.
Well, I mean, Pierpaolo seems quite satisfied, so end phase, it brings it back. And yeah,
And it's a pass. Oh, and we draw into the second Ash Blossom. Not quite what we wanted to see. We are facing down quite a few interruptions. We could just enter battle phase if we want and try to push, but it seems like we're just gonna use the walls to special summon a White Forest monster and then synchro summon. But yeah, this Ash Blossom turns out to be actually quite a decent top deck to stop this. But yeah, we do use the interruption. So we're gonna negate the Ash Blossom. We do want to resolve the synchro summon. And yeah, here comes the synchro of choice. Once more, this Diabell coming down, adding a spell and chop back from the graveyard. There's gonna be the walls from the one end, and then we are left with 3 cards. We do have the Neptabis, to be fair. But what's the rest? Is it a Shadow Guard? Trying to take a peek at Giuseppe's hand.
well, I mean, I think Giuseppe here can give it a try.
Yeah. I mean, here comes the Neptabis. The good part about it is that it's cost, of course. So it's not really the best target for a Desiree, as we are still able to send the Dragoons. It only stops half of the effect.
okay, interesting. And yeah, I think
yeah.
Giuseppe is picking up his
That's
cards.
enough.
Yeah.
Doesn't really want to waste time. And as you have mentioned, Alberto, we just returned the favor with a big combo to the other. Pierpaolo going first, comboing through the Ash Blossom plus Nibiru, the Primal Being, and really showing, you know, that easier for a reason, easier to give his opponent a fight. But now he will have enough field battle as he lines up, going second against the Mermail deck. And looking at this side deck, the only Mulcharmi cards that he has in main or side are just 2 Purulias.
Which are not enough.
Definitely not.
And I mean, I really feel like in general, hand traps are never enough against Mermail. It's gonna be difficult, you know, let me tell you, especially because I mean, we have seen, you know, like on top of my mind is Julius Schwarzkopf,
Yeah.
who's, I mean, we have seen a stream playing Mermail and you know, incredibly playing well also under, you know, hand traps. And I mean, it's gonna be very difficult, but I mean, I'm glad that we managed to see the White Forest deck in action.
Yeah,
And,
especially.
I really liked it with the Finsmith engine as well. I think it's a very cool deck, also with the Azamina part. And also really gives you, you know, an idea of how much creativity can basically extend itself.
But now I want to see the card that we mentioned after game 1.
Yep.
These Deep Sea Divas in the side deck from Giuseppe. giving his deck even a further boost. I am a little bit skeptic because on the one hand, they seem to play into the Fuvalos even more, because obviously they're a tuner, but they special summon from deck. But yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if that will be an interesting inclusion. And he's not gonna get punished because, as mentioned, I think they line up absolutely amazing against Pierpaolos. So, without further ado, only one of these Shu duelists can continue their journey with an undefeated record. Let's find out whether it's Giuseppe or Pierpaolo. Let's go to game 3. And here they are.
And I think this could also be one of the main reasons why Giuseppe is not playing 1-for-1, for example.
True.
So
Very surprising, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't know how much I agree with that decision, but yeah. After siding, he goes up to 3 copies of Deep Sea Divas, so many ways to access the Neptabis. And let's just see whether he's able to pick any of them up. And if that will be the case, we might see a game quite similar to the first. And I see the Diva as the first card being drawn by Giuseppe.
There's also the Neptabis. And
but we
didn't see this?
Wait. No, it's... Oh. Yeah, surprisingly it wasn't, yeah. I guess we might have gotten the wrong list, but still, fine. We do see one of these 2 cards probably coming from the side deck, and we are gonna discard the Diva to snipe out this Ash Blossom. What do you think of the Meowls in general in this matchup?
It's okay. I mean, I don't like. I mean, the card is generically good against Marble. I think it's fair.
Yeah.
It's not like it shut down his entire strategy, but I think here, yeah. I mean, having a look at Pierpaolos and getting rid of the Ash Blossom, I think it's huge, especially because we have access to the Neptabis.
Yeah, it's surprising that we discarded the Diva. Means that, yeah, exactly. That we already have access to the Neptabis. And at the same time, it just means that Giuseppe wanted to play it safe. Just in case there were multiple copies of Veiler or Impermanence or Ash to just stop the Diva. And I respect it. So, you know that the Neptabis alone is quite powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the main reason why. I mean, also, like, having a look at his main deck, as mentioned, he's not playing 1-for-1, he's playing 1 Diva, so I think this was the rationale behind. And I think playing either 2 copies of Deep Sea Diva in the side deck, I think makes sense than just to maximize them all and having more chances to see the Neptabis going first. Now he's sending, of course, the Atlantean Dragoons to the graveyard, and I think he also has an Abyss Theus in hand, which may help him out a lot. But you can tell here he just wants to be careful and playing safely, so he's just, you know, considering his options.
Yeah. I mean, you know that they are lacking White Forest at the moment. They had a pretty heavy toy end, which is kind of unfortunate because they only played like 3 of the monsters to search it with the toy box. So you don't really want to see both together. Just the toy box alone is pretty good. And yeah, the end was really not that great from Pierpaolo. And yeah, taking a bit of time, not quite sure what that is. Cannot see it. Oh. Okay, now we do. So it's gonna be another Dragoon. And the Mooling Glacier, actually, okay. Going full aggression. And wow, yeah, it's the Teus plus the other Dragoon. What an opener.
Photo days. And, this is great. This is honestly great from Giuseppe. Now it just needs the fifth, you know, water monster in the graveyard.
You have full knowledge. So why not? And yeah, here comes the usual suspects. We will probably give his opponent a draw. Yeah, makes sense, because at the end of the day, you give them a draw, but you then Mooling Glacier for 2. And this is exactly what we have seen in game 1. Let's see these cards. Hollow, not so great. And then... And yeah, here comes the second discard, which is the toy box.
Oh, good pick.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Good pick.
And yeah, this is, as we've mentioned, exactly what we have seen in game 1. Now the goal is once more to try and clean away a bit of our field in order to then go for the Coelicant and just bring out some Bahamut Sharks and Totally Awesomes. And yeah, I mean, that's not gonna be easy for Pierpaolo to fight back. It's worth mentioning that there are about 9 minutes remaining, so Giuseppe is comfortable, but you know, these combos can take a while, and you really don't want to have a draw just due to you playing a little bit too slow. So he needs to pick up the pace at some point. And we are just gonna go for an XYZ Sims. I mean, yeah, let's just see if he wants to play it slowly, just go Gaios or something like this. And yeah, here comes Gaios. And then we're gonna use the Coelicant, discarding the Shadow Guard, summoning all of our fish monsters.
I think it makes a lot of sense to have it played like this with the Gaios and...
Yeah. Exactly. Well played by Giuseppe. Now we do access the Totally Awesome. What an opener.
Yeah, impressive stuff.
And I think that's it. We pass turn with Gaios Totally Awesome. And again, this setup is very similar to game 1, except there is only one Totally Awesome. And here Paolo starts things off with a face down card. And that's fine. So one of our top decks was actually quite a good one in the LZ, which is gonna, you know, take advantage of this nice interaction with the Toy Soldier, which essentially can be set similarly to artifacts in the Spell and Trap zone. And if they're sent to the graveyard, you can then special summon them. So it's a very nice interaction because the Toy Soldier can then search for the toy box. Let's see what Giuseppe wants to do. Because I think we took the LZ. And now we are gonna just special summon the Toy Soldier, search for a second copy of Toy Box. and by doing so, we can access the toy tank from our deck. And yeah, he's gonna just read the available copy in the graveyard to understand whether there is a threat. Because he could also Gaius if he wants. But it seems a bit risky. But no, we are going instinct anytime. Just goes to summon the second. Totally awesome. And I think we might just be moments away from having our round 2 winner. Giuseppe luckily remembers about the Abyss Gaius restriction, linking in off for these Lizardos. And yeah, now we can take advantage of Swarso just banishing from the graveyard, and I think at this point it's all over. No more actions available from Pierpaolo's side, and so we do go for yet another Neptabis.
Yeah, here just a bit of show off from Giuseppe Pierpaolo is just witnessing the inevitable, but here it comes, and yeah,
as easy as it gets
on the field.
Good effort from Pierpaolo, but this is plenty of damage, and Giuseppe takes the match by storm. He is our round 2 winner. What a match. I mean, very, very different from round 1. In this case, 2 explosive combo decks that just were too strong when going first. Their opponent tried, to interrupt. At the end of the day, it just never felt as if it was close. They had so much going on, so many just different plays, and yeah, I mean, we have said it multiple times. The Mermaid deck is real. It is out there. It's one of the best decks. It performs really well, and everyone should be prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also very difficult, especially because from the way Pierpaolo started game 3, he only had the Meow plus the Ash Blossom, and we've mentioned this before, one hand trap is never enough. The Meow is a pseudo hand trap in the sense that it's, doesn't really help you out a lot in the Mermaid matchup. And if there would have been maybe an infinite impermanence, it would have helped him out a little bit. But still, I mean, I was really impressed with game 2, as mentioned, because we got to see the White Forest deck in action with this cute, additions with toys and also Fiendsmith. So it was very nice, and
sure.
There's still 7 rounds to go. So hopefully we can, see Pierpaolo, at the very end.
Maybe again, absolutely. But yeah, as a reminder, again, we are gonna be going through 9 rounds to find out who will be the 2025 Italian Open champion here in Bologna. So thank you guys once more for being with us. But soon we'll be back with more action live from Bologna. Keep watching. Hi everyone and welcome back to the Italian Open 2025 in Bologna. We're now in round 3 and we still keep on seeing new decks on the rise, as obviously we've mentioned that it being only 9 rounds of Swiss, our duelists have to maintain an undefeated record for as long as possible, and that means that later on we will be able to see more and more decks on the rise. But once more, we have 2 decks that we have not seen in action yet. One of them, I mean, it's the favorite, I guess, and it is Ryziel. In this case, it will be quite the unique version, I gotta say. It's gonna be a pure Ryziel deck with some spice, which we are not gonna touch on quite yet, and that will be the deck piloted by Luigi. On the other side, though, he will be facing off against a similar name, Pierluigi Sorrentino, which is maybe by a lot of you known. He had quite some success at Birmingham with Memento, and he's running the deck once more. So I'm definitely curious to see how he will, pilot this deck and whether he will bring in justice. What do you think of the deck in general?
Yeah, I mean, I really like it, and especially because it's one of those decks which is, very heavy base combo decks, and it's very difficult to stop if you don't know where to activate your hand traps. And we also saw Vincenzo Rufino, being playing
Yes,
it for a
exactly.
while. And I mean, I really like the deck, and we have seen it in action quite a few times. And again, I really feel like it's been there for a while, but players don't really know how to face it. And yeah, looking forward, honestly.
So I would say without further ado, let's jump back into action for round 3. It's an important die roll. I mean, differently from many decks, I feel like Memento actually going second, especially into pure Ryziel, can still do a lot. But if he goes first, it's definitely a big difference. And let's see. But no, it will be Luigi going first. No, I think the cameras are actually switched. So, yeah.
I think it's Luigi on Memento. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's Luigi on Memento. Yeah.
Let's check.
Okay, we
once
got
more.
clarification. Is Luigi on Memento and Pierluigi on Ryziel.
Yeah, indeed. We don't use leaves in the extra deck. Okay, that's the first. But we're gonna follow this up with Pot of Prosperity. Let's see if we can find any combo card. Quite a few options available. We see some of the tech inclusions. Wow, we are actually opting to pick the droplet. That's surprising. And yeah, it is the droplet. Okay.
You think he took the droplet because he knows what he's up against, or?
I would doubt it. I mean, it's still super early on, so unless they know each other, which could be a possibility, I mean, I would be shocked.
And yeah, here we are seeing Memento in action. There was nothing else from Pierluigi's side, but again, his strategy is quite different from the usual Ryziel strategy.
Yeah, especially because looking at these interruptions, actually, Ash Blossom is the only entrap he is playing. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, he took out a completely different strategy, playing 6 books, in being 3 Book of Moon and 3 Book of Eclipse,
Yeah.
paired up with 3 Solemn Strike. It's like a very interesting list. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, many duelists have made the comparison between Ryziel and Zodiac due to the similarities between Trident and Detonator. And I think Pierluigi has embraced it because, as you've mentioned, playing Solemn Strike and Book of Moon really, you know, throw us back to 2017 and he will not be rewarded by, you know, losing the Dairon and playing against a pseudo combo deck as Memento, because now we get to see in action multiple copies of the Creation King, and you can set up so much.
and also I really like Pierluigi's strategy of, you know, just playing 3 Ash Blossom. And the main reasons why is because he just wants to seal the game as quick as possible. And I really don't want to spoil this out, but let's see if we will get to see him in action doing what deck does at its best.
Yeah.
And here, yeah, basically we're just seeing something that we don't manage to see quite often, just because usually Memento gets interrupted because of the amount of Eldra's being playing in the format. And yeah, I think Pierluigi just told his opponent, I mean, you are free to combo off because I have no other interruptions. And it's always nice to see, you know, such a deck being played by our players, especially because, not only because of the consistency, but I really feel like it's always been one of those decks at top tables that didn't manage to, you know, make all the way through the final of, you know, a tournament, but it's always been there.
Yeah, and now we see the Goblin Biker part of the deck, which has also been quite popular at YCS Birmingham. And yeah, you can tell Luigi is quite comfortable with this deck. It's not the most, you know, popular deck, but it has a few affectionate fans, and this is typical, as if it is for branded usually, where they really know how to play it properly. And yeah, here comes this package as mentioned now with the Goblin Biker Grand Entrance. It's impressive stuff.
I think this might be the first time I see Pierluigi reading a card, honestly.
Yeah.
It's such an experienced player, and
yeah, he played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! And yeah. There we are. We are still missing one last piece of the engine. But as we have seen multiple duelists this weekend, this is yet another one of those decks that have decided to include a small, you know, Pinsmith engine. In this case, not really in the main deck, but just these extra deck options for the sequence to advance plays. Let's see if Luigi is going to be able to do what Vince thought he was capable of. Redeeming this deck.
And we all know what is gonna happen next. Here it gets summoned. The
boss.
Combined Creation.
Yeah, Combined Creation coming down. It's the goal of the deck to just shuffle back the 5 Memento monsters. And seems like we might be done soon enough. Set up some more engine for next turn. And yeah, that's a pass. So Pierluigi draws to 5 cards in hand. He does have a lot of going second cards. Let's see. Again, as a reminder, Pierluigi is on 6 copies of book cards, and here comes the first Book of Eclipse. But yeah, seems like we are just gonna respond with the Bomb Parry. In resolution, we will be putting face down all of our monsters. What do you think of Eclipse in the current format?
Well, I think it's a nice addition, especially because if you want to maximize your book cards, I think it makes a lot of sense. Specifically, I think Book of Eclipse has been always one of those cards which has been played over the last year or so. And I also really like Pierluigi's approach to the tournament. Like, of course, like, you enter into the tournament playing Raziel, but you just want to make, like, you don't want to make a standard Raziel deck list without having, you know, all the different hand traps. It's just playing his cards. And now I'm curious to see how it's going to continue, because as mentioned, it's not your standard Raziel deck. It's also playing 2 field spells, so it's quite different. Also, the side deck, it's basically all 3 offs. So I really like this approach, and also this is something that you don't get to see every day
In the main deck.
Yeah, exactly.
Ultimate Slayer, 3 copies of in the main deck.
And I also really like this list, because if you go second, this is something that we also see with Kashtira from Lorenzo Muselli over the last year. You don't play hand traps, you just play going second cards, such as Ultimate Slayer indeed. And yeah, here just one Bonfire alone could do the trick.
Definitely, you know, a lot of great responses. He has built his deck, as mentioned, for, you know, including a lot of these powerful going second spells, relying only on Ash Blossom as interruption. So, seems like the plan is working out decently here.
And there's also Pot of Desires. So I think he just had a thought whether going for the Raziel or the Desire first, but
I don't know if I agree with that necessarily, I gotta say. Like
Lizop.
Feel like we could have used Desires first, but in the end, here comes the ice. And yeah, you can see Luigi just nodding yes to whatever his opponent is doing. And here comes one of the only few interruptions left for Luigi. Summoning back the creation to pop. Yeah, just asking some clarification on the effects with the judge and Pierluigi. We're still holding 5 cars. Couldn't quite see what those are. And yeah, it does resolve, destroying all of the Ryziel Masters from Pierluigi's side. Given that we are playing just the pure Ryziel version, no Finsmith whatsoever. We pretty much only have DX available as another play. So... there it comes. So here comes DX. We're gonna send the aggregator to just target the field spell from Luigi. Ooh, and we actually had a second copy of Ultimate Slayer. Which we are gonna get rid of to just special summon the ice. And this is the last push we have available from Pierluigi. So... are we going to see... yes, so we are going to see the Memento Land Fusion, and this could be big because we can also go for Guardian Chimera, right?
Yeah.
And just completely clear the field, and this would be brutal. And it is Guardian Chimera. If there is no response here, we are gonna clear the field from Pierluigi, draw a card, and wow. Might be it. I don't think there is another push available to Pierluigi, so he's just gonna have to hold it. And yeah,
enough.
That's it. So in the end, it was not enough, even though the start was promising with this Ultimate Slayer and Book of Eclipse. Not quite. And in the end, it is Memento with Luigi taking game 1. I mean, we have seen what the deck is capable of, and surely it's, as you have mentioned in the intro, not a deck that everyone is super familiar with. So knowing when to use interruptions. And in this case, yeah, it kind of showed also that although this weekend there are a lot of entraps popular around, when Pierluigi is only playing free Ash in the main deck, that's an issue. And now we will move to the side deck. Things change because first of all, Pierluigi goes first. He might prioritize going into an Abyss Dweller, for example. So yeah, let's see.
But also, like, I really feel like the way Pierluigi's deck is built, I think Memento is one of those decks you really don't want to face, because we just witnessed how difficult it was for him. I mean, he had the Book of Eclipse, he had the Ultimate Slayer, so he tried to navigate it, right? But without success. So I think here it just be a matter of, you know, also like let's see how my opponent is going to react after having seen my deck. And on Luigi's side, honestly, I mean, yeah, you go second. You have, you know, the Ash Blossom. You have, I mean,
Yeah, first of all, we have 15 entraps in the side deck. As
Yeah.
straightforward
Oh,
as
yeah.
it gets. So very straightforward side deck. Only maining 3 Fuvalos and siding, you know, all of the rest. There is a lot of 8 for Malice in the side deck. Against, like, pure Rizel, I don't even know if you want to side deck at all. Like, you could bring in Purulia, like, if you really want. But I don't even... Like, I think engine to engine, you might be better off. So, since we don't have an out to Abyss Dweller, like, sometimes you see these XYZ Anchor, it's okay. So, I think we might not even see a side deck at all from the other side. And, yeah, I think our duelists are ready, so we can jump back into action as Pierluigi has already activated his first card. And it is the Bonfire. And yeah, there is no Fuvalos, which is great news for Pierluigi. And given that, I don't think we're gonna see any other interruption from Luigi. In a way, they're both playing with a similar concept, relying on these field breaker spells.
Yeah, I mean, Luigi has the Lightning Storms, the Forbidden Droplet in the main deck. So, I mean, both of our players are prepared of, you know, in case they lose the Tyrell in game 1, you know, they can just go second and have these resources in their deck. And there's also the Aquis Feather Duster, which, you know, can help them out. And here comes the Duo Drive, which Pierluigi...
Yeah, it's gonna resolve.
Yeah.
Which is always a good feeling. Because we have mentioned now for many players, you know, stopping the Duo Drive is the key. And here we see the difference between the pure version, this copy of Rizel plugin, which is not really played by any other version. And yeah, here essentially the question will be, are we trying to go for an Abyss Dweller? What's the plan? Because also sometimes there is, especially in Pure Rizel, a combo where you go for Baguska and the Starliege Photon Blast Dragon. So, you know, different options available. If he has played against the deck in the past, I'm sure he will have a solid plan for what to do. And yeah, you can see debating here exactly on what to go for. We set up the Eclipse Twin. And here comes the first detonator of the match. Getting back the Twin. And yeah, finally, thanks to Node, we have the plugin, so we can access yet another XYZ if we want.
Yeah, it's a very good start from Pierluigi here, and I mean, as mentioned, let's see how he wants to play this out.
And yeah, in the end, the choice is Abyss Dweller indeed. We're gonna use it right away so that we can have an additional draw with the cross. And yeah, this is looking pretty good. Usual suspect, nothing too out of the ordinary in terms of opener, but it does its thing.
Yeah, I mean, very good start from Pierluigi with the Dweller and the 2-set cards, the Fill Spell. It's quite a lot of cards. And yeah.
We use the Dweller right away. Per question is, do we have a Lightning Storm to clear the Repellent Traps? I think I see it in the middle, isn't it? Like next to... I think we also have Prosperity once more, but...
I see, yeah, I saw Prosperity.
I don't know. Next to Prosperity, I do see something that reminds a little bit of the Storm, but let's see. Because I think we might be in chain here. Because if we do have Forbidden Droplet, which we play 3 copies of, we might just chain it here. And yes, that is the case. We have Droplet, the best possible response here. Do we really have Droplet plus Storm?
And it said it's fine. So,
Wow.
if he has the Prosperity, honestly, this may be huge. There's the Lightning Storm
Oof.
as well.
Lightning Storm plus Droplet. What an opener. This could be all over in just a couple of moves. And it destroys double strike. Wow.
This is insane. And there's also the Pot of Prosperity, right? It also has the starter.
Wow. What a start with the Anguish.
What a hand.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, you go first, you set up Dweller, Detonator, double strike, and cross. You're feeling so confident.
And then this happens. And here with the Tatsunoto Shigo being special summon. And yeah, I mean, we've mentioned this before. Like, Pierluigi is not playing any Entraps, just Ash Blossom in his deck, in his main deck. And I mean, you're not happy at all to see this, honestly, because like with such a field, and this was the perfect head from Luigi.
Yeah, and if there is no interruption, which we know could only be the Ash in the end, this could be completely over. So because, I mean, at the end of the day, if you access the Acheron, you can also use the effect which says that for the rest of this turn, you can attack directly with level I or higher Memento monsters. And then that could be enough to just seal the game with the double creation, so the fusion and the monster. Is that what we are gonna go for? There is the Acheron there. So as long as we are able to access it, this could just be all over. Wow. Luigi, I mean, feeling excited, but at the same time trying to keep his composure. Really doesn't wanna mess this one up after being able to break one of the most impressive fields that we have seen. And here comes the Acheron, and the effect has been activated. So this turn we can attack directly, and all we need to do is just summon the creation from deck, and that will be 8,000 life points easily. His combined creation has 5,000, and then the creation king has 3,000. So that's 8,000 right there, as long as we just go for the combined creation. As easy as it gets. I'm sure Luigi sees it. He will just be going over and over in his head if there is anything that can go wrong.
I mean, I'm still speechless, honestly, from this opener. Like,
Yeah.
it was the ideal one, especially because from the way Pierluigi played out. I mean, I think, honestly, I mean, what else can you do? Like, you know, you have the Detonator plus the Dweller, the Fill Spell, two Solemn Strikes. It was... but yeah, I mean, essentially here, Luigi's just showing off how to perform the deck at its best. And he might have learned from the monster, so...
But yeah, this is such a performance from Luigi, which will access this Goblin Biker engine once more. Oh yeah, this, as mentioned, is just not even needed at all. Unless there is a miracle hiding, you can completely just attack and call it a day. So, unfortunately, there is no other XYZ in the graveyard, and that will be it. So,
And look at this from Luigi. I mean, we've mentioned this before, how good the Memento deck is. It's such a heavy combo deck, and I mean, even if you have interruption, it's difficult to play against. Like in this specific situation, as we witnessed in Game 1, there was, unfortunately for Pierluigi, not interruptions, although his setup was quite impressive, but I mean...
my detonator. Yeah. Returning the favor to Pierluigi, who has not really been able to play the game at all for this match. Set up incredibly in Game 2, but yeah. Sometimes you just get to see, you know, Droplet plus Storm. And Celine, yeah. Wow. What a combo. Axis shot coming down, and I think Pierluigi knows this one is all over. The handshake comes down, and it's a quick 2-0 by Luigi. Wow.
What a match.
Show off. If there were any fans or just doubters of the Memento deck, well, it's 3-0 here at the Italian Open, and that was something else.
What a show off, honestly. I'm impressed, especially because in Game 1, I mean, we saw how a good deck is. And, I mean, we've mentioned this before, like, I think not only the deck is difficult to play, but I think it's even more difficult to play against, just because there are so many different cards and so many different interactions that sometimes you just may wondering, okay, where do I activate my hand trap? Is this enough? Is it the right spot to do it? I also felt like in that Game 1 there was the Book of Eclipse past the Ultimate Slayer, which was not enough at all from Pierluigi. And then, honestly, in Game 2,
yeah,
I guess it's what it is, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of like what you plan versus what actually happens, because or like what you wish you did versus what actually happened. Because in Game 1, Pierluigi's deck, we mentioned as in theory they are built in a similar way, where they want to go second, only have free hand chops, the rest are just going second spells. But the quality is a bit higher for Luigi, given that instead of Book of Moon and Book of Eclipse, he has, you know, Lightning Storm Droplet, and it really showed. Obviously, I mean, on the one hand, you gotta feel bad for Pierluigi, because I mean, he opens Dweller, Detonator, Double Strike, and Cross, and I think it only really loses to specifically Lightning Storm and Droplet. But I mean, sometimes you just have it and you gotta accept it. So that's pretty much it. Our first Ryziel deck for the day has actually been knocked out. So we'll see more, hopefully, of Memento deck, but I know you guys have been waiting a bit for the first interview from the Italian Open, so just don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with an interview from the round 3 winner, Luigi. And we are back with the winner of round 3, Luigi. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It was really a great match, and you know, always nice to see a deck that is not maybe the most popular perform and do as well. So first of all, how do you feel? 3-0?
I feel very confident because I played the deck since it was released.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, this is my deck.
Okay, nice. And we could tell. I did mention that while you were playing, you looked very confident. You played fast, and you know. I think
was
you really
also
showed.
lucky.
I mean, okay, fair enough. Game 2 at least. Yeah. But overall, I mean, it was an interesting match. My question would have been, of course, how long have you been playing it? But what do you like about the deck?
Pretty much the fact that nobody can know how to stop this deck because it has very lines, so much lines,
Okay.
and so much spell to dodge and trap, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. In particular, I think a recent addition in the deck has been the Goblin Bikers.
Yeah, that can play around
Yeah.
Dexys.
We saw you use them in both games, so they are working out pretty well, right?
Yes, even going first because the Goblin Biker cards are one card combo, full combo memento, and going second against Reziel, they can break the board.
The
so,
shield, yeah. Which is what we have seen. Obviously, I mean, you did mention it. Maybe game 2 looked more dominant.
That storm was insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Droplet as well.
Yeah.
But overall, I think, can we say that Ryzel is a positive matchup for the deck?
Yes, I hope I can find other Rezel players in the
Okay.
tournament and not Malice, please.
Okay, perfect. 'Cause my other question would have been...
Not Shifter, please.
Okay, my other question was, is there a deck you don't want to play against? Or...
Malice with Shifter,
Shifter.
or other deck that main that can
Okay,
main
so
Shifter,
Kashtira, pure shit.
Yeah,
this kind of
because
deck.
Shifter killed the
The deck is brutal for sure. And something also interesting about your deck was, I think, the approach main against side. So in the main, you decided to only play Fuvalos, and then a lot of, you know, field breaking spells. The side deck, 15 end chops. So, yeah.
Allora,
Yeah.
so the Droll and the Ash was to going first.
Okay.
So going
perfect.
first because I side out Fualos and Storm and Duster.
Makes sense.
Against Raziel, I side in only Purulia. So the and also the Lancea and the Chaos Hunter is for the
For
Malice
Malice, Shift,
matchup.
and so on.
But Droll and Dash, usually I side going first because I
Makes
prefer
sense.
a board breaker approach to going second.
Yeah. No, it does make sense. It's a deck that at the end of the day, with engine can outplay,
Yeah.
you know, right?
Maybe against Mermail, I side in, of course, Droll and Dash because
Of
that
course.
is a matchup bad.
No, but I do agree with you. At least you also have, I mean, in game 1, you will have, no matter what, against those decks, a 50-50 chance of going first regardless.
Yeah.
So,
And if I make the full board, pretty much
you should
the
win
game,
anyway.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, so we want to thank you again. Really, I think for any of you guys who might have missed it, really go back and watch this match while the next round is up and coming, because it was entertaining and maybe not so much for Pierluigi in game 2, but we enjoyed the spectacle. So again, we'll wish you best of luck moving
Thank you.
forward. Hopefully we see more of you in the next rounds. So thank you guys. This was the end of round 3, but don't go anywhere because we have 6 more rounds to crown the Italian Open 2025 in Bologna. Keep watching. Hi everyone and welcome back to the Italian Open 2025 live in Bologna. We are now in round 4 as we advance through to find out who will be the champion, and our duelists are getting, smaller and smaller in the sense that there are only few remainings with an undefeated record, which is what's needed to get that beautiful trophy. And there is still a lot of decks represented that we have not the chance to show you guys. And in particular, one which we have hinted at was Blue Eyes. So I am glad that we have Roberta representing the deck on a 3-0 score. On the other end, though, what are we gonna see?
Well, there's Daniele with his Malice deck, and I mean, we've mentioned this before. I think Malice is one of those decks which really needs to be respected for this event. And I also see one card which, it's Dimension Shifter, which may be, the MVP for this kind of matchup. And I mean, it's always been super annoying.
In the post-match interview from last round, Luigi said the one card he doesn't want to see this weekend is Dimension Shifter. Wish granted. Let's see whether that will be the case. Regardless, our duelists are ready, so let's jump into the match. Let's see. First and foremost, who's gonna go first? It seems like it is going to be the Fuvalos right away from Roberta.
Wow.
And impermanence.
Very good start, but I think there's the talent from Daniele here. I mean, Roberta just slammed her cards.
Yeah.
Stop Daniele's strategy, but there's the talent,
and there is an Ash. Wow. We didn't use the Fuvalos in the draw or standby phase, and we stopped the talent with Ash, so this might just be it.
Is there a lure? No. And he passed.
It's a pass. Can Roberta go for it? And it's a great start with the best card to access the Primate engine of the deck. Primate Dragon. There comes the Goldie Lord. Can we stop any of this?
What an opener from
Yeah, and through the cars, the speed of light.
Well, especially because Daniele's end was quite promising there, but I mean, with such an hand from Roberta, honestly, let's see now how she will be defending this. Playing at full speed. Let's see if any runs from his pawns. She gets the field spell, and also there's Sage.
Yeah, what an opener, and here comes Blue Eyes White Dragon with the superior artwork. I've said it.
I mean,
That's my favorite, the OG
yeah.
from the anime. Glad to see Roberta representing it.
With honor. Yeah.
Are we surprised that we are just going a full... I mean, I guess... Depends. Are we gonna see something? Metal Tronus?
Yeah,
What is it?
there's the Metal Tronus, and
I think we are reading it to make sure that we have a target, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah,
Metal
he's
Tronus
just making sure.
trying to alienate the synchro. Oh, but actually she's mixing it up. Now another different alternate version of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. So I guess she's also indecisive on which one she prefers.
And here comes EB11. But there's an Ash Blossom.
Wow.
And I mean, Daniele drew the shifter, and I mean, he can activate the Allure of Darkness. But this may be much from Roberta's side,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of darkness, so I mean, there's maybe some hope for Daniele.
And the
Let's see.
shifter though, unfortunately, which I mean at least is a target for the Allure, but has been picked up too late. And here comes the big boy. Blue Eyes White Dragon 2025 representing. Thanks to the Blue Eyes White Destiny structure deck. And yeah, I think might as well proceed.
Yeah, I think it's just entering battle phase, crashing the boost form and getting rid of. I mean, there's there was the protection effect here. Daniele might have forgot. Well played here by Roberta. And there's a lot of darkness, which has been negated.
This
and,
is
I mean,
enough. What a turn! What a duel by Roberta, really showing us why Blue Eyes is a deck up there. It has, I think it has had quite some success ever since, again, the White Destiny structure deck has been released, both at YCS overseas and at the Open in Manchester. So I'm curious to see if we can finally see that win coming from the deck. By the looks of it, yes.
I mean, totally, especially because, I mean, I love the deck, and also like reviving moments of Wise Wet Dragon with 2025 is great. And yeah, I mean, impressive game one from Roberta. She had it all, and I mean, nothing that Daniele could have done, to be fair, especially because like he tried, but she just completely outgamed his opponent, and yeah, now entering into game two. Of course, Roberta has the Artifact Lancias, which, you know, are the ones.
Yeah, which
be
are
played.
always tough to, you know, stop the deck. We have mentioned how, you know, the Malice deck after siding really completely changes perspective because he needs to beat and find a way to beat the card. But at least it, you know, will try to go first and maybe stop and, you know, rely on Roberta not having as many interruptions as she did. We do see an interesting side deck option, which could be the Dimensional Barrier, which he could access with the Thrust. It's not super impactful, but I mean, if you cut off the synchros, it's still annoying for the deck, so maybe that will be a consideration to do. But I think, regardless, we'll have a great spectacle between these two amazing duelists. Who is it gonna be to advance 4-0? Let's find out.
here we are, and we already see a Fuvolos being activated, but there's an Ash Blossom from Daniele. So let's see if this time around the Dormouse gets.
Oof, and again.
Veiler, and I think that's it. I think he has.
No.
I don't know if dimensional.
Is that really it?
I don't know if I saw a dimensional barrier or an artifact.
And Magnamut.
Wow.
Oh my, I mean, Roberta is just absolutely on fire. Look at this. What an opener.
Yeah.
We also have Dominic's inputs
Con
though.
video.
And yeah, once more, we do have an impulse in the end to at least try and slow things down.
What's the other one? The White Rabbit, I think, or Jessica? I can't really quite tell, but there's I think there's a dimensional barrier.
And here comes the one-off hard-drawn actual copy of Dimensional Barrier, but the advantage is still quite big from Roberta. Lordy Lord. And we do access the one-of negation that was used to win game one, negating the Allure of Darkness. Yeah, this is big. Yeah, we move on, push some damage, and there might just be another draw available to Daniele. And if that is not the case, we might have the fastest win of this tournament yet. Couple of face downs. And yeah, we have Impulse. Which we use. Really?
Okay.
Getting rid just of the Lordilod effect to special summon. And now we end on Seal, and this is huge. I mean, we were able to destroy it, the continuous spell, due to the additional benefit effect of Impulse. And yeah, here comes the
Jessica.
we just gonna, you know, spin it back to the end. Oh, but we top decked a Trust.
Okay.
So at least to try and have some hope. That was a great top deck. For example, maybe Terraforming could be an option to go for if he doesn't want to risk it with the talent. Is there a response? We can negate it. We do negate it. And that's extremely well played by Roberta, who might just have done it. No more plays available. Only the Chessie Cat in hand. Wow.
I'm speechless, honestly.
Yeah, what a dominating show off here of the Blue Eyes deck and what it can do. Home video.
Literally. And yeah, I think it's just a matter of seconds.
There it is.
Look at this. And
honestly, cannot wait. Obviously, not to take anything away from Daniele, but you know, Roberta has been in the Yu-Gi-Oh community for a long time. So great to see some success with such a new strategy coming off the structure deck White Destiny. So in that case, Alberto might have soon the honor to interview her.
we're almost there, so nothing that Daniele can do, unfortunately for him. And here the fill spell
Yeah.
gets activated, and I think it's just a matter of time.
There comes another Blue Eyes White Dragon. There it is. It comes, and what a better way than to end the duel by attacking with Blue Eyes White Dragon. We go for the Fusion Summon, and I think this is enough. We just enter the duel, and that is it. Roberta takes the match by storm. Wow.
I mean,
What can we say? Less
What a
than
match.
15 minutes,
Yeah.
the quickest one yet. And what a dominating 2-0. Both times going second, and both times completely stopping the Mali stack without Lancea, and still able to pretty much close the duel in the next turn.
no, impressive stuff from Roberta, especially because, I mean, in game one, she had it all, we have to say. She had the full velos and permanence.
Ash, just throwing cars, you know.
She knew it all, and then also in game two as well. I mean, Daniele tried. I mean, he just tried, and there was nothing he could do. And I mean, congrats to Roberta. She's advancing with a 4-0 record, and
That's impressive.
looks promising for her, especially because we've mentioned this. The Blue Eyes deck is super scary, super consistent, and I mean, hopefully,
Yeah, it has a lot. I mean, going first, it can set up a lot of different interruptions, both in the terms of monsters and spell and traps. But going second, especially with how she has built her deck, she has so many interruptions, even those Dominus Purge, which you can play in the main deck. So I think it's definitely one of the contenders. Again, it did perform quite well at the Open in Manchester. Didn't quite get the title, but it really has what it takes to go all the way, and maybe it will be Roberta's day to shine. We wish her best of luck, but I think it's time to hear from Roberta herself. So guys, don't go anywhere, because we'll quickly and soon be back with the interview from the winner of round 4.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Italian Open 2025 live in Bologna. I'm here with Roberta,
Yeah.
winner of round 4. And first of all, I'd like to ask you, how do you feel?
I good. Very good.
I can imagine after such an impressive match, you basically destroyed your opponent.
Yeah.
What happened in the match?
I draw all the card for response to my opponent turn, and I draw only pre-made card in my hand, and I play and win.
Also, I feel in game 1, I think you also had a good hand, let's say.
Yeah.
But you had all the responses, and I think also you had 2 Ash Blossoms, which I think basically when you started to combo off helped you out winning the game.
Yeah.
And in game 2, it happened pretty much the same thing.
I have 2 good hand in round 1 and round 2, and I look my opponent and.
I mean, it can happen, of course, it can happen, and especially because I think playing such a deck, which is consistent, such as Blue Eyes, I would like to ask you, how do you feel with the deck, and why did you decide to bring the deck to this tournament?
I play Blue Eyes because it's only tier 1 deck I have in my home, and I have a pre-made card, and I play Blue Eyes for this.
Well, I mean, I think it's a good choice, and you are 4-0, so a very solid record at the moment. And is there a deck you don't want to play at all? Like, you are afraid of one deck specifically?
I play Blue Eyes for the mountain job.
I mean, hopefully, I wish you best of luck, especially because there are still 4 rounds remaining.
Yeah.
And I hope for you that you will be continuing to draw with, these cards and these good hands.
Yeah. I fortunate. I have a luck.
I mean, it's good, which is always good, when experience mixed up with luck. So congratulations once again.
You.
Thank you for being with us. And guys, don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with more content from YCS from Italian Open Bologna.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the Italian Open here live in Bologna. We have pretty much been at the middle of this event as we are going to go through 9 rounds to crown who will be the champion, and we are finally now in round 5. And as we have mentioned already throughout the day, we have a lot of different decks being represented, some more so as we have seen on the combo side of things. But that's not really, the same taste for all of our duelists today. And I think you will be glad to see what we have in store for the next round, which in particular will be a deck that many might have forgot about, which is Elblick. So the Golden Lord is back at his finest.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the deck, and it's been released years ago, and it's still there with a 4-0 record. And it's one of those decks which you basically sit and say, okay, let me just play my drop cards, and I love the deck. It's consistent, and impressive record so far. And
it's one of those decks where if you don't prepare too much, or like if the just meta sees a surge in the amount of end traps and in the amount of interruptions, you basically don't really care about that, and you can rely on your powerful trap cards and just take the best of your opponent. And this has been working out, so we'll see it in action against the deck that didn't really perform as well previously, but is the most powerful considered by many, which is Ryziel. And once more, it will be a pure Ryziel version. Let's see whether the Golden Lord has enough in its tank to defeat Ryziel Detonator. Let's bring on the clash between these two decks. Let's go to game 1. Here they are. Could be an important die roll for sure, as setting up the Detonator can be quite annoying for the deck. While if on the other end we can go first, set up our trap cars, and maybe we can prevent any exit from actually being summoned at all.
There's the die roll, and our players, are now ready, and Daniel get to go first.
I mean, it has been a while, but this has also been one of the decks you have brought to, some regionals not too long ago.
Yeah, I don't remember when that was, but it was fun to play with the deck. And yeah, I mean, I've always loved it. And
Oof. Great start
It
here
is.
with one of the 2 copies of Cursed Eldland.
And if you're Emmanuel and you see this, honestly, you might be thinking, oops.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Indeed. And yeah, we get to search for one of our Golden Land trap cards, in this case the Aquero, which is pretty much vanishing from the graveyard.
I didn't take the Golden Lord, which, I assume you may have an elixir. Big
There it goes. 4 face down, have fun, and spoiler, there is no Lightning Storm or RP Feather Duster in the main deck.
And also there are books, which
Not gonna be quite the case for this one. But, I mean, Pot of Desires is a good card to start things off, but can we find an answer for whatever is going to be hiding
Is he
there?
playing just Ash Blossom?
Yes. Just 2 Fuvalos, I guess.
And there's the skill drain.
Oof.
Wow.
Here comes the skill drain.
Is there an out in his main deck?
I guess the book could be an out technically if you can, activate an effect and then chain Book of Moon or Book of Eclipse, you can play around it. Maybe if you somehow manage to make, Exit or Night live. Yeah. In this case, we are just using it to resolve the effect, which might not be as impactful. But I mean, the Ext is a really good way to try and fight this, because obviously you can just use the aggregator to negate the skill drain afterwards, and this is probably what's gonna happen. Yeah, and that's exactly right. So the aggregator manages to negate the skill drain for the turn.
Interesting list, which I mean, it's not playing the Archesphere Duster as well, but it's in the side deck, so just in case. And here goes for an XYZ summon. Let's see if it will be the Accident Knight or not, or has something else, but we'll find out. Just thinking about it.
Is there gonna be anything? No. So what could be there? I guess we know, yeah, the Akero. But as you mentioned, we could assume that there was some way to special summon the Golden Lord. But then I don't know. What else could there be? Because
I mean, he allowed the dual drive, so
I'm also thinking. Yeah, because like if you have the Akero, right, and you have a way to go for the Golden Lord, by the moment in which they search for Ext, you could summon the Golden Lord, And then when they use X to send for cost the aggregator, you can chain a Kero to banish the aggregator, and then it doesn't resolve.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will not be the case, but if there is a way to summon the Golden Lord, we could have played around the aggregator.
You playing Naruma?
Let me check. No.
Okay.
No, it's very heavy on the, Adland Golden Lord engine, actually. And yeah, now it seems like there is nothing coming from his opponent. It's just gonna be the detonator. Yeah. And obviously in this case, detonator is annoying by itself, even if he cannot seal the game here, because usually with skill drain you rely on the fact that the Golden Lord is big enough, but not quite big enough to beat over the detonator, so, or to resist it. So, yep, I'm just gonna push some damage. Do we have any response?
Is he taking it?
Yeah.
Really? There's no. Okay, there's the
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we have any way to access the Golden Lord. No. So we are just not gonna take this 3,000. We are gonna set up, some additional resource. And this could just be it. We are gonna get a draw in main phase 2. Also, do you like using why wouldn't you just use the Akero instead then?
Yeah, exactly.
Because you keep the more powerful one and you also keep the information. But it's alright. 2 face down cards, 3 face down cards, and it's a pass. So. We are thinking in the end phase. I mean, we know the Akari is there. It's gonna be used. And yeah, that's about it. So we are gonna get a draw, and now at least the skill drain is back online. But as Daniele is reading, the aggregator is also once more being possibly sent to the graveyard later on. So he needs to be careful about this. I think we are starting off by just searching our deck and paying. Yeah. Is this time for the Golden Lord?
I would assume so, but
cannot quite see what he got. I guess it's not easy actually, because we can use the Golden Lord, but what do you even hit here? Because there is still the cross online. It's a rough spot. There is the plugin you know about. And yeah, it was the Golden Lord indeed. There it is. Just randomly going through one of the face down cards. And yeah, we are just gonna use, very well played here. We use the cross, detach the aggregator, which is gonna then negate the skill drain. And that's huge. I know, because well, he trying to use the protection effect. I thought it was just detaching from cross. That's why I was confused now. Not quite sure what's going on.
Yeah, here they're just clarifying with the judge the way this is working, but just making sure everything's all right.
Yeah, we're back into action. Daniele doesn't really seem happy about everything that has happened because now he's in a rough spot. And yeah, I think Emanuele is really, has done his best to maneuver through the skill drain.
Don't see this very often that an Elvic deck can break up on the field, Golden Lord, and use top cards as well.
Technically now we have access even to a rank 8 because we can just go for double Golden Lord, but not gonna be the easiest job.
I think here is paying once again, yeah, hit 100 for Surge, and yeah, just using the Solemn Strike being activated here from Emmanuel on the Golden Lord. Which is something don't really expect, but if it was there to negate the Golden Lord, then maybe I think Daniel was not really thinking about it. And it's a tough spot now because but there's the Solemn Judgment which he kept for this moment, and I think it makes a lot of sense to activate it on the Solid Strike. Otherwise, the Golden Lord would have not been summoned on the field, and here it is. Finally, being summoned and enters battle phase. So let's see if the attack will go through. And it does. For a very close game one, as both of our players are holding on their cards, and there's of course the skill drain, which is causing quite of a troubles for Emmanuel. But on the other hand, though, that Daniel is left with 1,455 points. And now here also, okay, there was the 800 which have not been calculated previously. Might have passed. Okay, there's the plugin being activated from Manuel. And let's see if he finds a way here to get rid of the Golden Lord. Yeah, and the detonator comes back.
Yeah, what a grind. Honestly, down to the very few life points, 650 for Daniele. Trying to stay in this. Quite different as we expected and mentioned in the pre-match discussion from some of the combo matchups that we have seen today, especially last round of the. This has already lasted pretty much as the entire match from Roberta.
And he plays the counter, I think, as well, which we haven't seen in a while. To land forever, yeah. Which was not popular back then, and I always felt like the card is good, but maybe, you know, it was lacking, you know, consistency. But yeah, it's a nice addition overall.
Yeah, maybe more common in the side deck for going first, but yeah, I mean, when you're playing a deck like this, you might as well commit.
I think Manuel is asking for a translation. He may not be familiar with the card because, you know.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone too unfamiliar, essentially you can tribute a zombie monster and negate either a spell, trap, or monster effect. So it's pretty much a middle ground between Solemn Judgment and Solemn Strike. And there comes the second Golden Lord, playing the full 3 copies of you know, this boss monster that, by the way, will also be featured in the alternate art of Power of Extravagance, which will be released in Quarter Century Stampede next week. 3 copies of Power of Extravagance are for a reason in the deck, by the way.
Beautiful ones as well. And here it's become more of a grind game, which for a moment we thought that it was like Manuel was basically, you know, maneuvering, and now with the Golden Lord, it's becoming, you know, quite difficult to deal with this.
Yeah, and here, like there was a bit of a confusion, but at the end, we're gonna resolve it. And we will eventually go through all of our spell and traps, but for now we still have a Sanguine. We get it.
Yeah, I mean, I really felt like this was going for Manuel's side at the very beginning of the duel, although there was the skill drain being activated. But now, honestly, it's becoming tough.
And here comes Gozen Match, yet another limited trap card.
Okay, there's the Book of Eclipse, which
we are gonna negate. Yeah.
Ah, there's the Gozen match, which I haven't seen. Yeah.
Yeah, he did have Gozen, and now this is brutal. gonna be just, you know, the grand match at its finest, because now we can shuffle back some cards with the cross. Seems like neither of them are gonna just end up low on resources. Slowly but steadily, the momentum is shifting towards, I gotta say, Daniel's side.
Yeah, the more they play, the more advantage Daniel gains. Because, I mean, of course, it's 650 life points, but it's becoming so difficult and complicated for Emmanuel right now, just because also there's the Gozen match and
Okay, after a while, we are finally able to special summon some more Ryziels from Emmanuel's side. Let's check the extra deck, but I doubt we'll find any surprise down there. But yeah, the Eclipse Twins is quite a nice addition in what is a grindy matchup like this one. It's just getting, you know, this 3000 attack back is pretty nice. Yeah, now we are gonna go into another Exceed. Interesting. So we are gonna go for Star Liege. I guess, yeah, our options are quite limited by the Gozen match.
and we don't know Daniel's last set card, right? Oh no, yeah,
Yeah, we do.
Upstairs. Yeah, yeah.
Sure, I guess. Okay, we're just gonna use the Ash Blossom picked up a bit late. And yeah, in the end phase, we're just gonna use once more a Landland Trap card. The cycle of resources just never seem to end. And here comes one of the spell cards, which is also using some one-offs in the deck. In this case, it will be the Black Awakening. I don't know if he has any other target, because I think he has only gone through double Golden Lord, so he should, unless he specifically draws the third, he can activate the card.
You think if you're Emmanuel, you just may consider of giving up your cards? Because it's big. I mean, I understand the advantage that you have in terms of life points, but you have, I think, a Fuvalos and another card in hand, and this is like super difficult to deal with. Okay, goes for the detonator.
I guess it's worth at least trying to push one more time, because right now the situation is kind of like you're sitting on a 3000, they are sitting on a 2500, and if you negate the Golden Lord effect in the graveyard, that's how they access a monster which is larger than 25. So with the cross you can do this kind of niche plays. And yeah, we do have the third Golden Lord available. But I think we are gonna be stuck under zombies, if I'm not mistaken, so we cannot really go into an yeah, we are stuck for zombies for this turn.
think he may have maybe another Conquistador in the deck. I think he used to.
Yeah. Playing 3 copies of every single card. Oh, yeah. Wow. What a
Sure.
match. So now we draw a card. It's now or never, I feel like. Most likely. Let me check something. Yeah. So we are gonna start things off by having a draw. I'm also wondering at what point do we just destroy this cross, because it seems like the main problem has been, you know, the cross. Giving cards, negating the Lord. If we just would have gotten rid of the cross right away, I feel like it should have been a much easier game. But yeah, we are just gonna attack over a Lord.
I also feel like now it's becoming complicated for Emmanuel to understand whether, you know, this one is on his side or on his opponent's side. You know what I mean? So it's very difficult to understand, but
Yeah, I mean, because the issue is now we finally resolved the Golden Lord and we can just attack finally over this detonator. And yeah, I do agree with you that at some point Emmanuel is gonna have to think about whether to pick up his cards or not. 2500 in defense, the Star Leech, so it's not like he can do much. And from next turn, we might finally be able to access some XYZs from Daniele as well.
I mean, I can't really find a way from Manuel's side in which he can get out of this. You know what I mean? And it's been at least 7 or 8 minutes now. Because like this is what Edlic does,
Yeah.
you know. So it's like it's controlling the game, and the more he controls it, basically, chances are is going to win the game. I mean, with 17 minutes remaining, honestly, there's also a risk of a potential draw, if that's the case.
Yeah, totally right. And this cannot be part of the plan of what, you know, Manuel wants, because we have mentioned how different it is for our duelists to be playing at a YCS or to be playing at an open. At a YCS, you would gladly take a draw. It's alright. But here, it basically means that you need to win out the rest of the day. So, I don't know. It's definitely a big risk, but I feel like the only reason why Emmanuel has not picked up his cards is life points. He just could be a bias, but he sees this 650 there, and he's like, am I really never gonna to be able to push 650? And the answer could be no.
I mean, isn't it? I don't want to say obvious, but like,
Could be.
how can you survive? That's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
maybe you can survive other couple of turns, and in terms of like time, I think this could have ended 10 minutes ago or something.
Almost. It's possible.
Because I get it. Because like I totally get it that maybe you may be wondering.
And this could be over, by the way, because all you need to do is for 2 of these Golden Lords to connect, and it is happened. Game 1 goes to Daniele. What a comeback. What a start to this round 5. Basically, this has been a game that has been longer than most of the matches we have had today. Not surprising. I mean, the Elder deck just does this. And when it gets to go first, you know, set up Golden Land plus skill drain, goes and match, it's obviously gonna be very tough. The good news for Emmanuel is that he's siding RP Feather Duster and 2 copies of Lightning Storm. Those are gonna be his best friends in this match. Gotta say, the Lightning Storm's not so much because we can assume he's gonna go first. So his goal is gonna try and set up that detonator, which is always gonna be really good against the trap-based decks. On the other hand, though, what can we expect?
Well, I mean, Daniel has all 3 offs. In terms of hand traps, and there's also the Spectre Birder, I assume, when going first.
Yeah.
I also feel like, I mean, potentially, with 15 minutes remaining, you should start considering siding out maybe the Solemn Judgments. At least the Solemn Judgments. Like, you can, you know, leave in the Solemn Strikes, which, you know, are of course risky. But, you know, I think you can side in, for example, Ultimate Slayer and get rid of Solemn Judgments. Ultimate Slayer, you side it in for sure. So
yeah, Ultimate Slayer, at the end of the day, even if we take into considerations the games we have seen, it's going to be good. Probably even going first, because you're not going to end the duel immediately. As soon as they have a detonator, you use it. You know, it's a good card. And that might be the case, but regardless, he has gone for a very quick side deck. So without further ado, let's jump back into the match.
and he let Daniele go first. Okay, interesting.
And here it is, the part of extravagance we have been talking about. Officially part of the archetype with the new alternate art.
Set 5.
And it's a set 5 go. Are we going to see any Lightning Storm? We see Fuvalos and Meowls. Interesting. Into Lightning Storm, into Storm. Do we have a response?
Yeah.
It's the Solemn Judgment, and this is a +2 at the moment. Because we don't really need to use our trap cards, but also the Meowls is surprising to me.
Maybe he didn't have enough cards to side out.
Yeah. And we see the X sending.
If there's a Solemn Strike, this hurts.
Yeah. There are many things that could hurt here, to be fair. Considering we have used already 4 cards. But it's gonna resolve, which is great news for Emmanuel.
There's a Gods and match once more. Oof. Wow.
Big goes and match, and now... Yeah, we are just gonna set 1, set 2, possibly an impermanence in the same column of the Gozen, but that's about it. And I don't think we use our Sanguine if we have it.
Not at all. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna draw. Then my main. What a start from Daniele.
Okay, he decided just to set 1 and pass without activating anything else. Maybe he's holding Sanguine.
Yeah, I guess it's not even super easy to attack over decks because it's got 2000 defense. But no, we switch it to attack mode just to push a little damage. And this could be a big punish because if they didn't have access, they couldn't attack over it. But now they can. And we are going to Book of Moon our monster. This allows us to summon, yeah. Given that we don't have any more ally monster on the field.
Is there a response? No.
No, so we resolve, we go and search for what could be ice or another X, I guess. Ooh, and we have a second copy. That's big. Do we have enough cards for exit or no? I guess not.
There's another dual drive. There's a Solemn Strike. Yes.
Oof,
He kept it.
yeah, played it patiently, not used the Solemn Strike when he could have, and down to 2500 life points. We have a face down next. But didn't we attack?
Yeah, he attacked with it and then...
I don't think he can switch the position because it seems to us as if he attacked, then it was... The trap card was activated, he Book of Moon it, so he cannot flip it. And yeah, the judge just got it. And thank for us, the permanent's gone. Yeah, this is unfortunately has been yeah, a bit of a rough one.
Daniel sets one and pass is really looking for... But there's also... There can be only one.
Oof. Wow. Crazy. I mean, we have seen Skill Drain Gozen and there can be all limited. He's playing also Rivalry if you want to know. I mean, he's going to see some of them, but when you see that many limited trap cards, it gets rough real quick.
He needs a Sanguine. Did he lock himself with these 3 set cards?
Yeah. No, because the problem about there can be is that you also cannot access the Lord.
I think he hard drew it.
Couldn't you just do it on your own? Or... I was thinking whether there was some merit to just use the Golden Lord on your own card. Because then you can just pretty much ride the Golden Lord to victory, no?
But I think he didn't do it because he thought that he could get rid of the Conquistador and then bring the Golden Lord on the field, and then the judge told him that it
maybe
would not be possible. Yeah,
that's unfortunate, but I guess there is another big Oh, and we see the RP Feather Duster off the top. This could be over real soon, and it is going to resolve, getting rid of everything. Wow. And now the Meowth's being used as a level 4 is also quite funny. He's not. He doesn't have any card, right? So full top deck mode for both, I think. Which means we also need to be careful because once we attack over the Sanguine, we are gonna give him a lot of resources because there is an Aquero, there is a Conquistador, and he will be on 4 cards if we consider that against our only detonator we cannot really go for. So, oh, here comes an old friend. I mean, rough. Put Eclipse option. Oh, Dugares. There are a few options which are interesting. And yeah, Dugares it is. And I do agree with it. So we're gonna just play the lottery. See if we find anything with this Dugares.
As mentioned, though, there may be a risk of a draw.
Absolutely. He needs to discard 1, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Caught it. But yeah, he was rewarded. And as you have mentioned, I think more likely than not, this could just end in a draw. Because even if we pick up our cards and start game 3, I don't think there is a way for the deck to deal damage going first. Because like you would need to be able to make the Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Gustav Max.
It can deal damage to itself. I think it's 100.
I guess so. Is there a way? Probably.
Yeah, game 2 is over, so it's I think it's just a matter of
I don't
is
see
there enough
it.
time, or I don't know.
I really don't see it. Because yeah, I'm trying to look at the options, but how do you access the cannon turn 1? Because like all of the cards that special summon the Lord lock you into either zombies or Lord. So I don't know. Is there a way? Probably not. So let's see. This could actually be the first draw. I think. I don't want to say. It's been a while.
It's
Like
been a
I'm
while
trying
since
to
we
think.
have.
The last time we've had a draw on
I
stream.
remember it.
But yeah, it's quite likely. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Again, moving on with a 4 and 1 draw record is still good. Even good to win the event. So I guess bittersweet maybe, but they'll both take it over a loss. And they just quickly sided. So let's see what is going to happen in game 3. We go to the table. Here comes the start with the pot of prosperity. But do we have any way to deal? Also, this is a beast on. 3 out of 3 goes in match and we take it. And it's 4 face downs and a pass. So Emmanuel is gonna play as fast as possible. Oof. But we activate skill drain. No way.
Really?
We activated skill drain and there are 10 seconds left. There is no way. I cannot believe it. No, there is no way. Oh wow, what an ending this could be, as time would be called. Then we use Book of Moon and Solemn Judgment. Oh wow. Wow. What an ending. What an ending to this match. I mean, we are stunned as you are, guys, back home. And just when we mentioned it was gonna be the first draw on stream that we see in a while, I guess they prove us,
next time
they prove us wrong. And yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, nerves can kick in. In this case, it was definitely the case for Daniele, who could have, you know, just kept a draw. Maybe excessive sportsmanship. I'm not too sure what went down there, but in the end, he just paid 1,000 for skill drain. Fair play to him for playing as fast as possible, I guess, and just trying to play out a game 3 where he knew he had no win condition, and it costed him, you know, the record. So congratulations instead to Emmanuel, who manages to make this comeback, even taking the bold decision in game 2 to let his opponent start, and then fighting through, you know, definitely what was quite a complicated game state. But I mean, kudos to both. In the end, there was a reason why they were still undefeated, and it just means that we might see more of them later on.
Yeah, totally. See, I mean, Emmanuel with 5-0 record, very convincing. So
Absolutely. So I guess without further ado, as this one you can guess dragged on for a while. Thank you guys for being with us, but don't go anywhere, because we still have a lot more action. 4 rounds remain to crown who will be the Italian Open 2025 champion in Bologna. Keep watching. And we're back live from Bologna for the Italian Open. We are now in round 6. With this, we will have, after this round, 3 more remaining to crown who will be the champion. And competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. Only few duelists remain that can even have a shot at aiming for the title, because you need to remain undefeated. At worst, you can have a draw, most likely. And this is the case for our duelists for this round, which are sitting currently on a 4-win and 1-draw score. And well, I think one of them we really will not need any presentation, as that is Diego Ganzerli, who is Italian national champion, runner-up at last year national champion, and also a former Italian Open champion from Rome. So I mean, what a player he was, and he has been known for playing dimension shifter decks, we could say. Started with Flwanderies, transitioned over to Kashtira, and once again he's here with a dimension shifter deck in Malice. So it will be interesting to see his approach, as he will be facing off against Kevin in a mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, Malice mirror matches are tough, and I'm really curious to see our players' approach to this kind of matchup, especially because, of course, their deck lists are quite different from each other. So I'm really curious to see how they will be facing each other, but without further ado, I guess let's find out, because they're ready. So let's jump into game 1.
Here they are. Definitely different strategies, as you have mentioned. It seems like Diego really caught on to some of the decks that he has been playing in the past, in particular Kashtira cards. I mean, it seems like he's, I don't want to say obsessed, but almost with the Kashtira cards. He has been playing him in every single deck I've seen him as of lately, and still in Malice, which I don't think has been a popular choice for our duelist.
Yeah, I mean, him and Lorenzo Muselli, you know, they're friends, and they test together, and I mean, they always try to bring up something different, and it seems as if, you know, Kashtira are really, you know, their cards, and yeah, here Diego is starting things off going first.
Yeah. I mean, Malice, obviously one of the few decks that can start with a face down spell and trap and not brick. It's also a lot about the mind games, and yeah, here comes Diego. There are a lot of differences, as we've mentioned. One of them, most importantly, is on the number of entrops, because Diego is relying only on high impact one, like Fuvalos and Shifter. And Kevin has none of those cards, instead relying on, you know, Impermanence, Ash, Ogre. So they really couldn't be more apart from each other, I would say, outside of just the Malice cards, which obviously you need to maximize, but that's about it. And yeah, for now we are just gonna go and proceed and interrupt there. I would be shocked if Kevin had no entrop, considering he's maining something along the line of 10 plus 7 bestials. So that's technically 17.
Quite a few.
Yeah, quite a few. But I mean, bestials are obviously a bit weird in the mirror match. You need to know when to use them, because in a way they are also combo pieces where you can use them to banish your own Malice monsters. And yeah, for now, is there a Nibiru is the question. Oh, not at least being used right here. I don't think Diego, am I wrong, or did he play this deck Birmingham? To me, no. I didn't think he was on Malice already, or was he? Maybe
I don't think he did, because I think they switched. I think they were on Rise Eels.
I can't honestly remember, because I know for a while they were even on a pure like Kashtira Finsmith deck. And at least in Bologna, I remember they played that, but yeah, I can't remember. So it would be interesting to say, yeah, just what went into the decision to play Malice.
Yeah, he now swayed Jessica. Well, interesting that Kevin, you know, is allowing everything. So quite surprised that there are no structure at all.
Here comes the SP. Pretty much usual lines here, unless there is something surprising coming this way. You will be able to just continue, use this red ransom. And yeah, even the white binder, so impressive opening, but yeah, it doesn't seem like Kevin has picked up any. Maybe just super slow rolling, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's just witnessing Diego's combo, and yeah, we will soon find out if there's any interruption, but doesn't seem like it now the white binder gets activated. That's more cars, and I think that might be. Yeah. No interactions at all from Kevin's side.
And yeah, here he reveals to be playing the mirror match. But I mean, that was quite the opening from Diego, not gonna lie. And we see one of those, again, fan favorite cards of him, I gotta say, Book of Eclipse, played in all of his decks. Flowandris, Kashtira, and now Malice. So this could be a quick one. When you go second and don't really have a way to stop the Malice deck, it's rough. I do see an interesting card, though, if I'm not wrong, which is the Metal Tronus, which is maining, and I'm a big fan of the card. I think it's so versatile, and whenever you can, why not?
Oh, the card is great, and I think we have seen a lot of players main decking 3 copies of it, and of course this is the case for Kevin as well.
Yeah, it just, you know, gives you so much versatility, whether you want to use it as an interruption or as a engine card. If you play like a mirror match, kind of like a Lullaby of Obedience type of card, it's really, really good. And yeah, this will be the case for this game. Link decoder, it's the field. And here comes the first bestial of the match, but there is a call by the grave as an answer from Diego. This hurts so much. Not only that it's shut down, but the bestial Ball Drake will not resolve.
This was
And that's
completely
it.
unexpected. Wow.
Call by the grave is enough. Diego wins game 1. Yeah, what an opener.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the only card that you could think of. Yeah.
I mean, I gotta feel bad because also, I mean, now that I look better, I didn't notice for a moment the impulse. So actually, there are 20 and traffic in the deck.
Oh yeah, there was the impulse.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah. It
'cause-
was
So,
there.
I mean, the fact that he didn't see anyone is unbelievable to me. And, I mean, gotta feel bad for Kevin. But now he will keep his composure. Most likely, he will be going first. And obviously, I mean, we have mentioned it plenty of times. But after siding, Artifact Lancia is enemy number 1. So what is the plan? Usually that's the question that Malice duelists are asked. In this case, Kevin response is a pretty traditional one. If you hit me with the Lancia, I'm gonna try and draw Trust or Talent, specifically Trust. And in the mirror match, that's big because Trust gets you to Sanctum, which basically returns the favor, and you can have these kind of like who's got the last Lancia games. On the other end, what about Diego?
Yeah, I mean, Diego is on Lancia and the Sanctums as well, because his main deck is Trusts, so he already has them.
Yeah.
And there's the Metal Thrones. So,
yeah, it's essentially the opposite. So Diego is maining Trust, siding Metaltronus. Kevin is maining Metaltronus, siding Trust.
Yeah.
The big difference, though, is that surprisingly, Kevin is not playing Fuvalos or Meowth, main deck or side deck. Instead, Diego will be on 6. So that could actually be a big difference. And yeah, we'll see whether that will be the case, because I'm expecting maybe Shifter to come out. Bestials are also, you know, not the greatest. And then you can replace them with some high impact entraps. And yeah, I would say without further ado, though, our duelists, as you can see, are already shuffling up back for game 2. Let's jump into action. Here we are. And the first question, as always, is do we use Animal Charmy in the draw phase? It's not gonna be the case from Diego. So we can easily start with Dormouse. And yeah, going pretty fast. Dormouse, Chassis.
no response from Diego here as
Yeah.
well, which, you know,
It's quite interesting. Here comes White Bander. Also no response at the moment.
yeah, this is pretty much a photocopy of game 1. Like, no interruptions from...
Yeah, from the,
The other side,
opponent,
yes.
and then we're gonna do whatever we want. And yeah. Still sitting on a full end. This is the power of this deck. When, you know, uninterrupted, you can do so much with just one card. And now, even showing the versatility of the Bestials, as mentioned, you can use them as a combo piece. Yeah, look at this. Such a good opening. Accessing both link freeze.
Yeah, very solid stomp here from Kevin, and Diego's just sitting there. He's not even playing him, right?
No, Diego, no. Doesn't have it in
No.
the main or side, so... And here comes Nightmare Griffin. Discarding the thrust, which was there in case, you know, Amul Charmy or Lancia would have been used. So it was covered, let's say. Strong opening.
And pass back to Diego, which seems quite disappointed with his head, but starts things off with a very good fender here.
We are gonna use about discarding the Nibiru.
Wow, what a hand here from Kevin, honestly. It's just getting rid of... oh, there's Called by the Grave.
So I'm assuming we activated the Effectus Special, but it does not target, so maybe we are just preventing the Griffin from coming down. Yeah, this is it. So we use the Effectus Special Summon from Grave, we chain it to prevent the Griffin. This means that the Kashtira Fenrir will be able to banish whatever comes down, which is big. And that's possibly going to be the case here, depending on what Diego wants to do. Call by the Grave was the card that won Diego game 1. Could it be the key card in this game as well? He gives up on the Fenrir banishing effects, thinking he might need to save it just a tiny bit longer, and goes to search his deck for what we assume to be a unicorn. Ooh,
No,
and here
there's
comes Talent.
I think they won off.
Yeah, one of Talent, and Nibiru gets sent back. Maybe the decision to discard the second copy costing Kevin a little bit. And we have the Trust as well.
This is huge. And as you mentioned, honestly, yeah, I mean, with a hand like this, would you take the risk though? Like, considering all the thrust that, you know, our duelists are playing.
And now you understand also why Diego didn't go for the Fenrir with the Trust.
And
He can search the Feather Duster.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a game changer this.
Yeah, it truly is. We are gonna change some of these Malice Trap cards. The first being the GWC06. And yeah, we're also gonna use the TB11. And that is going to be it. So gonna ask you to check the graveyard full of powerful spell cards from Diego.
Gonna be a close one.
Yeah. This is still pretty big. The Fenrir is gonna get rid of the White Binder forever, pretty much. But then we just special summon back both the Red Ransom, you know, so many different Malice monsters. The game is far from being over. But let's see what Diego has in his hand. Does he have access to the Malice? We
Well,
go
Dormouse is
for
good.
the Dormouse.
That Nibiru honestly being discarded from Kevin.
Yeah.
I don't want to think if that could be what could cost him the game.
Yeah, because the thing is now Diego knows everything. He knows there is no interruption in the end. So, yeah, this could be devastating for Kevin. Just that decision out of 4 or 5 cards in hand at that time to discard one of the Chunibirus could cost him the match potentially.
Yeah, honestly, here it's just. I mean, given the experience that Diego has, I think he can maneuver like very easily here, especially because he knows everything his opponent has.
Misha keys extra deck option. He does have access code. Will he want to, you know, try and find a way to push for game? It's not easy, but
I don't know how many cards Diego's left with in hand. Maybe 1 or 2, but given the current situation, honestly, it's just here a matter of understanding what could be the best way.
Yeah.
Maybe just going for an access code could be the case.
we are just gonna banish free, get rid of some of the resources from Kevin. In the midnight, just advance and yeah, that's very well played though.
Yeah, I mean, that Arpis Feather Duster was, big taken with the thrust was, what gave Diego the advantage, of course, but here I'm just, curious to see the way, because, like, it also has some
There it is.
nice extra deck options, but yeah, the extra code talker was,
That's big. Comes the 5300 access code. Can we find a way to push enough? The Druid's Worm, I guess, is a bit of a consideration because we need to find a way to get rid of that as well. And yeah, now the Wildbinder synergy with the access code, which not only is, as we know, an amazing card for sealing game, but also touch synergy by banishing Malice Link monsters.
I think I was just thinking what get rid of with the access code activations effect.
Okay, it's going to be the trap card. So that now we can freely get rid of the Linguribo if he feels like it. And yeah, he's just counting also how many Link monsters are in the graveyard.
There's the birth being activated by Diego as well.
That's big.
On Defender, wow.
That's really, really good. We have already used the banishing effect, but like if we go... Okay, Dark.
This is
just
a very
advancing
nice
more.
one. Yeah.
The only issue is how do we prevent, I guess, SP? Like, how do we prevent the Druid's Worm
Yeah, I
from,
think
from
SP,
like, getting
yeah.
rid of the Access code? And I think that's what he's counting. Doesn't seem like he has found it, because this is battle phase.
Yeah.
So we are not gonna go for game. So Kevin can have a sigh of relief, but still we are gonna clear pretty much the entire field. And yeah, that's not gonna be a pretty tight. No, because yeah, this was not really a convincing way. No, because even if you speed and you cannot attack directly, I don't know. I think the only real way maybe was punish with the Fenrir, the Druid's Worm, but then if you leave the White Binder there, you know, it gets complicated. So plan B for Diego will give his opponent another turn to leave, linking away everything. Into this Art Cryptor.
Very well played by Diego here.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of stuff to take care of, and now pressure is back to Kevin.
Yeah. Let's see. There is a lot to discuss. Also, this birth can be annoying if there is a spell, because it banishes face down. So it could get rid of some key resources forever. The White Binder is already gone. So let's see how Kevin is able to just advance. And we are gonna revive right away with the Malice Trap card, this White Binder. Gaining some crucial life in the way. And regardless, yeah, this has been a really, really good show of the deck by Diego and Kevin.
And once again, Kashtira cards proving that, you know,
They can be effective.
they really, you know, do the job for Diego. It's gonna be very difficult now for Kevin because, you know, doesn't have White Binder anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if he finds a way. And with the Malice Underground being activated, here's just maybe, yeah, makes sense from Diego's side just to respond to it. And he gets rid of it as well, and I feel like everything that Kevin is trying to achieve, you know, Diego is just as an answer.
Stopping it. And
Yeah.
this is the big deal I was talking about. With the birth, we can actually banish face down the Malice cards.
But he actually drew a Bestial, which Diego
Yeah.
didn't know of. because I think it was the only card that Diego didn't know. And
It's a great one.
yeah.
Because now he gets to trigger the Malice. And yeah, it does resolve. So still a glimpse of hope for Kevin. Can he find a way to break back this field?
Well, Diego a bit undecided here. Is having just a big think. Especially because now he has full knowledge of what Kevin is holding and what the remaining cards are. And yeah, he's going for Defender right now, which I think makes sense because, yeah, of course, your opponent is left with a True Duelist one, but
Yeah, that is still really solid stuff. We're gonna try our best, go for the dark, at least finding a way to play with Diego's card while using a Dredge Worm to threaten one of its monsters. And it's going to be the White Binder.
yeah, Diego allows it.
Okay, we can use the dark. Let's see what he wants to bring possibly back from Diego's graveyard. But it doesn't seem like he's gonna use it right away. Instead, we just go for the Dormouse. And the Metal Tronus, unknown from Diego, comes down to get rid of it. That's a big one.
That was the last remaining card we were not aware of. I mean, there's the talent, which, you know, we already knew.
And here comes the Arts. And
yeah.
that's it. What a match. And what a show off, I gotta say, by Diego. I mean, there are only very few players all over the world who can, you know, claim to have been back-to-back finals of a national championship, as well as, you know, winning an Open. And, you know, the list of accomplishments for Diego is long, and nowadays it's not even a, you know, one-trick pony. He has done it across multiple different formats, multiple different decks, but there are some key commonalities, and we have talked about briefly on the Shifter Kashtira cards, so I'm really interested in hearing just a few words from him. So I would say, just if you have missed any of the action, you can go back and watch the match afterwards, but for now, we're not gonna keep you guys posted as long. We just wanna hear a few words from Diego, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with a quick interview with him. And we're back with the winner of round 6, Diego. What a match it was. You told me right before the interview this might be one of the best matches you've ever played. And I agree, it was really flawless. How do you feel, first of all? Feel good?
Yes, feel good.
Okay, nice. I mean, I have to start by saying you plus Shifter plus Kastir, I think it's a perfect love recipe. And what do you like so much about this?
Yes, Shifter and Kashtira cards, there are my guys, my favorite cards.
Exactly.
And Kashtira cards, in my opinion, in this format, when the other players plays a lot of entrops, are incredible because control the field and Farrier and the Unicorn in the entrops mirror match are incredible.
Yeah, no, I agree, and it keeps on, giving success. So, I mean, if it's not broken, why change it? You're making it work meta after meta, so why not? It's obviously interesting that you have changed decks quite a bit throughout the years. So nowadays you're playing Malice. What is the main reason? What do you like about Malice?
The main reason is because can play Shifter and beat all Finsmith decks, and because in my opinion is the best deck because the Malice links are incredible.
Yeah, they do a lot for you for sure. But in this round we got to see you in a mirror match. But for us, me and Alberto, it was really interesting because I think outside of Engine, which obviously, I mean, not much of a choice, pretty much all 3 offs you can play. I don't think you had one card in common in the main deck, so your opponent was playing regular entrops like, I don't know, Nibiru, Impermanence, Ash, and yeah, maybe Metal Tronus in the main deck. You instead, like, very high impact, so Shifter, Fuvalos, Field Breakers, so how did you come up with the deck list, like these choices?
We play this type of deck list because the first reason is playing cards that not lose by crossout.
Okay.
And entrops lose by crossout. And we play Kashtira. We didn't play Dominus Impulse because we play Kashtira cards. Yeah. And because are the very broken extender, and for the Rizel matchup, Book of Eclipse, Shifter, Fuvalos, Trust, Talent, Duster are the best cards. And in the side deck, we have 12 cards against Malice going second.
Exactly, and this is also one big difference. I was saying when you won game 1, I was like, okay, it looks very good because your opponent didn't have as much. You had so much stuff going second, and yeah, I think it paid off. It paid off really well. So yeah, I think thank you again, for being with us. It's always nice to hear it from you and to see you in action. So you have done it once. So who knows? Maybe you will be a 2-time, Open champion. It would be nice. You still have, the chance. 4 more rounds. Now 3 more rounds actually. So it's good. We wish you best of luck. Maybe we'll see you later on. So thank you, Diego, for being with us. And thank you, guys. As said, only 3 more rounds remain to crown who will be Bologna Open champion. So don't go anywhere and keep watching. Hi everyone and welcome to round 7 of the Italian Open 2025 live from Bologna. We have been witnessing some amazing plays from our fellow Italian players. And well, if we just witnessed an Italian national champion take the last round, I think we are gonna up it up a notch and now go and watch a European champion, the current European champion, Esteban Re, which is currently undefeated with a 6-0 record. And well, I really want to see him in action. He has done it at the last European Championship with a dragon-based deck, Tempai. He's still playing dragons.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing Blue Eyes, and I'm super happy for this matchup specifically, especially because he's up against Gianluca Di Luigi, another experienced player has been topping events over the last years, and he's playing Blue Eyes as well. So it's gonna be a very fun match, and hopefully we're gonna see more than 3 Blue Eyes with Dragon on the field. But
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, if you had just another reason to check out the Blue Eyes Destiny structure deck, there is one. They are both 6-0 at the moment, so the deck is absolutely real. And again, I'm really interested because just like last round for the Malice Mirror match, these two guys have completely different approaches to their deck list. Let's see who is right. Let's see who has the superior Blue Eyes deck list. Our duelists are pretty much ready. So let's jump into action for game 1. Here they are. Unsurprisingly, out of the two, Esteban is the one who has more cards for going second, probably due to his Tempai experience past. So, let's see. I think out of the two, if he loses the die roll, he's the happier, for sure.
I don't think he did lose the die roll.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what this mirror match is all about, and we start things off with an Infinite Impermanence, trying to cut off the Primate engine. Yeah, here comes Spirit with Eyes of Blue, what a card.
Yeah, because the field spell gets activated, sends the Blue Eyes with Dragon. And here comes the Roar.
Yeah, Roar, Great Extender, allows you to special summon the second Blue Eyes from the deck. And goes into the Hieratic Hill, and that's it, most likely. So not the most impressive opening, just gonna set 2 and pass back to Esteban, who is maining that Feather Duster. Does he find it? I see a lot of spells, and here comes one of the main deck going second cards in the Ultimate Slayer.
It's not the first player this weekend to play Ultimate Slayer in the main deck, and we have to say that this is paying off because the card is extremely good. And there's the Arpis Feather Duster as well.
There is no way.
What a hand.
He's just the going second god. What can you do? Look at this.
Wow.
Unbelievable. And also to follow it up, the Lordy Lord. Wow. I mean, what can you do? Now.
This was the perfect hand for going second, honestly.
Indeed.
And is Gianluca left with no cards at all? Or one in hand, maybe?
I think he does have. And here comes the effect failure. I mean, European champion for a reason. And Interestingly enough, I think for the first time ever, you'll also have a chance at a back-to-back in the same place, because we are going back to Berlin later on this year. And yeah, here comes the other effect of Lordy Lord. What a card. Able to special summon that Blue Eyes White Dragon. Gianluca, sorry, but I give it to Esteban for the better art choice. And yeah, we just push some damage, not quite the Tempai combo.
Yeah, sets one and pass because Gianluca is a top deck. So
Is he really, or does he have 2 cards? Maybe he is. 1, 2, 3. And now, yeah, we get back the Primate Dragon from grave. Do we have another impermanence? No, but we do have a great response in the one of... Oh no, actually he's playing 2 offs. Interesting, the Drill Beam. Often it's just a one-off, as in Gianluca's deck. But Esteban has actually decided to play 2 copies of the Quick Spell. And it's a pass. This is a lot of damage. Already 46. If he has a normal, which I don't think he does, they gain even additional attack. Let's see. And yeah, this will actually boost the Lordy Lord secret effect, we could say, of boosting Primate and normal monsters. And this is what he's counting, because this does additional 600 damage. So this was already 52. And yeah, that almost just does it. And that's it. Yeah. Gianluca picks up his cards and Esteban is able to accomplish a comeback going second, mainly due to the nature of his main deck, you know, built with these going second spells, Ultimate Slayer, plus the one-off RP Feather Duster. He doesn't even play Trust, so he just needs to open it. He did, and I mean, what can you do? It's the best card in the mirror match.
Yeah. I mean, with a hand like this, honestly, could have not asked for more, especially because Gianluca's hand was good, but there was already the impermanence, and then, you know, it was paired up with Ultimate Slayer and RP's Feather Duster, which, you know, basically sealed game one. And yeah, we talked about this, like the difference of these 2 deck lists. And on one hand, Esteban deck is more focused on going second, whereas Gianluca's deck is just more focused of, you know, like has more generic cards and hand trapped. And now, of course, pressure is on Gianluca's, because he's going first, and
I mean, it's an interesting decision. We do have Solemn Judgment, which overall is, you know, the go-to going first card. But I guess he's most likely gonna be facing off against him. And as you can see, Gianluca is immediately done with his side deck. So probably not really gonna side much. He does have the additional second and third copy of Drill Beam, which is a really good card. Maybe that is also another, you know, card of his choice going first. But regardless, let's see whether Esteban can really win going second twice in a row. Just going back to his Tempai days, or whether we'll go to game 3. Our duelists are pretty much done and shuffling up, so let's jump back into action. Here we are. First question, do we have some Mulcharmy cards from Esteban? Seems like there is a bit of thinking going on.
I don't think it does.
No. Ooh, but a normal summon effect Veiler. Not quite the ideal start, but I mean, kind of works. Do we have a response? Pretty rare to use any here, and so we are just gonna use this Mausoleum of White. Send the Blue Eyes White Dragon. And yeah, use the effect, go and summon back the Blue Eyes. And I see a drawn lock that has not been used by Esteban, just having a good read that his opponent was on nothing. And let's see if we draw the Feather Duster once more, because this is a very weak opener by Gianluca. We see a lot of trap cards and the draw. Not quite what you want to see. Okay, but that comes a really good card, the Maiden of White. We get to set up the True Light. Okay, but Gianluca has picked up the one of Majesty. Ooh,
That's why I think it was missing as well, the normal summon. So.
yeah, we returned the favor. I mean, Veiler and Droll are both spellcasters, so they do work. Just to summon this spirit. And a Solemn Judgment. Wow.
Well, if you're like, he feels weakness from his opponent, and Esteban passes back to Gianluca.
Yeah, maybe just trying to go for a quick game, and what a pickup this is. Instantly.
Judgment? Yeah.
Wow. Double Solemn Judgment by Gianluca. This could be over. We negate the Dominus Purge.
Yeah,
that's it. It's a quick one. Wow. I mean, it has been only 10 minutes and already we are jumping into game 3. What a quick match this has been. Very unfortunate start here by both, having to just normal summon an Entrap in the form of Veiler and Droll to try and get into the engine. But at the end, double Solemn Judgment from Gianluca takes it. And yeah, now it's Esteban going first for the first time. We'll try to return the favor with his own Solemn Judgments, I guess. Yeah. And that's pretty much about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's nothing else, literally.
Yeah,
so
I'd say... Yeah, the only concern I have is that he's playing differently from Gianluca. 3 Ultimate Slayer and 3 Fuvalos in the main deck. So maybe those are 6 cards that you want to take out going first. And he also has Droplet, Feather Duster, which, you know, are also shaky. But I guess maybe he just goes triple Solemn, triple Droll, as he did. But I'm not too convinced that Droll is that great against this version of the deck. So, let's see.
And on Gianluca's side, honestly, I think it's pretty much the same. We said this before. There's Ultimate Slayer in the side deck. And there's an Nibiru in the main deck. So, I mean...
Yeah. Tomato. Pretty much, so... Let's see. I guess if there are gonna be any major differences. If not, I want to see whether, you know, Esteban is able to set up, because at the moment the player going first has really failed to set up any threatening end field. So let's see whether Esteban can break this tradition, and let's do it by going back to the table one last time for round 7. There we are. One last and only one of them can advance with an undefeated record. Who is it going to be? Are we going to see any Mulcharmies from Gianluca? Not quite. Do we have Failure, Impermanence, Purge? 9 ways to stop this.
It's almost charming, by the way.
And it's... Ooh, Ghost Talker. That's an interesting one. Yeah. Not really that effective at dealing with the Prima Dragon, I guess, but... This is still pretty strong. We get to search our quick spell. If we want, we can special summon with Blue Eyes. And we actually have a card we have not seen yet, which is the Wishes.
There's the
Oh,
Purge.
but the Purge is big. +1 Purge here. Decided not to use it on the Prima Dragon. And yeah, I think we are just gonna summon a Blue Eyes and probably call it a day. And now we respond with a Fuvalos. Just, I mean, a 1-for-1. Cycling through. Is that it from Esteban? No, 3 face down spell and traps. Wow. All in, no more cards in hand, and it's down to Gianluca to break the field. Here comes the Primate Dragon. We did know the quick spell, and yeah, as expected, we are just gonna use it, shutting down the engine. But we do have Maiden. Very similar to the last game, I guess,
Yeah.
on the reversed rolls.
This time around, the True Light gets activated and resolves. Gets rid of the Ash Blossom, and there's no Solemn Judgment from Esteban's side.
That's big. We resolve our wishes, and now we can add so much. Probably the Sage plus something else. In this case, it's actually going to be the Veiler. Interesting. Probably means we already have some engine. And I guess we did already normal summon for this turn, so we are just gonna get instead the Roar. And here comes the Roar. Yep. Made an special summon back, and Esteban says okay.
So I assume that there's an Infinite Impermanence from Esteban's side, I guess. There's no Judgment. Let's see how Gianluca wants to play this out.
Just gonna go and search for that Mausoleum. This is where Esteban thinks. And yeah, there was an Infinite Impermanence. It has been used here as by doing so, you also stop the recursion effect. But, I mean, here seems like Gianluca has a lot. Because he can use the second effect of Wishes, banishing it to just get an equip. And then go into a Fusion Summon, accessing the very threatening Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. There it is. So attacking over, using the effect to just recycle the Dominus Purge. And yeah, this has been a really, really good turn by Gianluca. More of a grind game, this one, as compared to the previous ones, but that's yeah, that's some pretty solid Yu-Gi-Oh from his side. Ends on a sphere, plus Purge face down,
Plus Veiler.
and Veiler. Yep. A lot of setup, and Esteban is completely out of cards. Will be relying on this clutch top deck. He needs to find the miracle, and I don't even know if there are many cards that could be picked up here. Yeah, we go and grab back the Primite, and I think it's a Veiler maybe off the top. Ooh, the Impermanence is alright. Guess you can, but you don't really want to chain. Yeah, why not? It's okay. Like, funny enough, you prefer not to bounce the Lordy Lord, so it's fine. And yeah, here comes the Primate. And yeah, unsurprisingly, we just get a second copy of the Lordy Lord. We are gonna move on and summon a spirit of our own, it seems. Yeah, there it is. Trying to search for the Mausoleum. Do we see the Veiler from Gianluca? We do see the Veiler. And I mean, we have the face down Drill Beam, which he cannot use this turn. What else? Big moment.
Is considering to pass.
Think so. Yes. I think he has a Veiler in hand. I guess you can just push, but at the end of the day, Gianluca is just gonna be able to summon yet another monster. And we are gonna be using the True Light effect to set the wishes once more. And yeah, this might be pretty much it from Esteban's side. Yeah, as expected, we just returned the favor. Do the same with the Tyrant as last turn from Gianluca. And we will use the Erratic Sphere to summon. But the Tyrant can actually attack all of the monsters your opponent controls. I guess we have impermanence. Yeah, it's still a interesting game here. Decided to forgo on going for the Tyrant effect. Instead, just moves to main phase 2, make a seal, pass. And gonna use this seal right away. I guess, yeah, it's possibly important to make the Drill Beam live. Yeah, because you need a normal monster, and yeah, this way Esteban is still really in a weak spot, but it's gonna rely on this Drill Beam. With Gianluca holding so many cards, so many different interruptions. Can he find a way to just push enough?
Yeah, just look at Gianluca definitely doing better here than his opponent. I think Esteban drew into an effect Veiler.
Yeah, we are probably gonna see it here. And we do. Third time that the Spirit has been negated this game. They just don't want the other to access this mausoleum. And yeah. Oof,
Wow.
that's a big play from Gianluca. We try to just use this Drill Beam to negate the wishes. Instead, Gianluca is gonna chain his own copy to negate the Drill Beam. And yeah, this is devastating. First of all, because it gets rid of the recycling effect, but also you get to resolve and get so much ahead. This looks like it's going to be Gianluca's game. Just tiny bit more, you know, push him some damage. But, I mean, in terms of sheer advantage, this is already over. And here comes line. Stealing the Tyrant, that's big.
Plus the Sage here. What a show off from Gianluca.
Yeah, I think Esteban knows it, but he's still gonna ask his opponent to perform the act. Let's see. No more action. We're just gonna push. We don't have a trap, it seems, but
But it's looking very promising for Gianluca now, who is in control of this game. And also there's the SP, but I think he's having...
Last second out. No, yeah, we do go for SP. We're not... And we're pretty much done, so we're gonna get back this Primate Dragon from Esteban once more. Do we still have enough to push, or is this gonna be over? Yeah, this single game has already lasted almost twice as long as the others.
Pretty difficult here for Esteban. Let's see if he finds a way.
Okay, Maiden is a good way to start things off. True Light, I mean, we see now much of a difference it makes, but we shouldn't forget that there is still that drill beam from Gianluca. Gonna think about which effect to go for. And we might even see the drill beam here. He should have Blue Eyes in hand that was bounced by Seal to reveal from it. So he is going to go for it, not quite. Instead goes for Majesty.
And here, I guess, just, you know, Esteban knows that what the other face-up card is from Gianluca's side is just bringing back the Blue Eyes onto the field and is trying to go for the Maiden. Esteban goes battle phase, gets rid of the SP Little Knight, and I think he could have not done better than this, to be fair.
No,
Just,
what a
you know.
game. This is really turning out to be. Neither player wants to give up that undefeated record, trying to give it their best to stay in this duel. Yeah, I mean, now there has been a bit of a discussion between the players on whether the Charmer could have actually brought back the Tyrant. Which was... I mean, quite a while back, we gotta say. Yeah, I guess we are just gonna have a little bit of a judge call in the meantime, so we can go back to us while they go and check out what the appropriate ruling will be. So if anyone was missing it, we are now currently in round 7. We have 2 of our undefeated duelists which are left, which on the one side we are witnessing a Blue Eyes mirror match, while the first 2 games I think lasted a total of 10 minutes combined, with very quick, fast-paced games. Now we are witnessing over 20-25 minutes long game 3, with Gianluca having an advantage from the start, but you know, Esteban really hanging on in there and trying his best. And now they're currently discussing a play that has happened quite a few turns back, which was Tyrant. Blue Eyes Tyrant was summoned, obviously with the effect of just tributing, not a proper fusion summon. And then it has been brought back by the Charmer, so they are just discussing whether that play was legal or not. But at the moment, we can just go back and jump into action as play resume.
Yeah, and he was Gianluca, who essentially brought up to the field the Blue Eyes with Dragon and the Maiden. What a game, honestly. Such you can feel the tension between our players, and they don't really want to give up. And here Esteban goes with the Light Sword Dragon.
Yeah, really a grinded out game 3. The first time we have seen Lightstorm Dragon this weekend, but yeah, it can be quite useful to just, you know, clear out some spell and traps. And yeah, once more, this will be the battle of the drill beams. Gianluca has done this exact thing, but now look at this. The Lightstorm just completely creates all of the spell and traps from Gianluca.
Here's this Fact Veiler, and finally we will get to see, hopefully, it resolving. And yeah, and that's what's gonna happen. And I feel like Gianluca really wants to push here and seal this one out.
Can he finally find an opener? This has been such an interesting state, and we gotta say, for how nice it has been to see these 2 in action. There are only about 7 minutes remaining, possibly I think a couple minutes of extra time because of the judge call, so I think it's actually 9 rather than 7, but time is a consideration.
And I think set back the Majesty, dealing some damage to Esteban. Very well played from Gianluca.
Finally, clearly ahead once more, even in terms of life. And let's see if he can shut down Esteban, who picks up another card, bring back the dragon. You can see him doing some calculations in his head. If he can find any line to fight back. We go for the Primate Dragon.
I think Gianluca's thinking about it, and I mean, it's a close one. 5 minutes remaining on the round, and what a game 3 we're witnessing.
And it seems like he will go for that Majesty. And here comes the third Lorry Lord. Wow. Do we even have a target at this point? I guess. But yeah, Gianluca upgrades his Spirit Dragon, summoning the ultimate Spirit Dragon. Oh. That's pretty strong.
And there's the Ghost Ogre, which was the card we didn't know in Gianluca's hand.
Yeah, Ghost Ogre shuts down the Ultimate Spirit Dragon, can pretty much negate any card, and that is it. What a match this was. What a game 3 this was. Esteban Re is defeated, and it is Gianluca who is the winner of round 7, moving on with a 7-0 undefeated record. Wow.
Impressive match, honestly.
Yeah.
Impressive match from both of our players, especially because, I mean, game 1 and game 2 were super rapid, and game 3 we actually saw how good these players are, and congratulations to Gianluca match with 7-0.
Yeah, again, this deck really is a deck that has 2 modes. One is more, combo heavy oriented, shutting down and then just winning the next round. And this that we have witnessed in game 3 is the grindier, approach modality of the deck. If you had any reason, again, to check out the Blue Eyes White Destiny structure deck, I think this match really is pivotal towards that. But I think this is long, obviously, has been quite a long round, so I don't think we'll have a chance to hear it from Gianluca himself. But he only has 2 more rounds, so possibly we could be seeing him in the last to just have a chance at the title. So thank you guys for being with us. Only 2 rounds remain to crown the Bologna Open champion. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be soon back with round 8. Welcome back to the Italian Open 2025 live from Bologna. We are down to the 2 remaining matches to crown who will be the champion, and really now it's a handful of duelists who still have the capability to do so. We witnessed in the last match, obviously, Gianluca advancing and being on a 7-0 record. Time will tell whether we'll see him again in the last round. But for now, we have one amazing match for you guys, which is gonna obviously not be quite possible to keep showing different decks at this stage of the tournament. But we do have some spice for you, because if on the one end we have, the deck I've already mentioned is my favorite, which is Mermaid, so be ready for some explosive combos. On the other end, we have the Rysiel version that I think in Birmingham really intrigued me the most, and that is the Traptrix version. So essentially just relying on the fact that you can go into Rafflesia, and then thanks to Gravedigger Trapple, essentially guarantee that your duo drive is going to resolve no matter what. And I thought that was extremely interesting. It was piloted successfully on stream. It made it all the way to the top cut. So why not give it another try, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the deck is consistent, and I also like the fact that, you basically have a different approach, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm really curious to see the deck in action, and I think Giuseppe really wants to tell us how this match will turn out to be. And without no further ado, let's go to game 1.
There they are, and let's see who will go first. It's a big roll whenever Mermaid is involved, of course.
And I actually talked to, I had the chance to talk to Michele before this round, and he actually lost to a Mermaid mirror match.
Really?
Yeah, and he lost to a Mermaid mirror match because he lost the die roll. So he told me
Fair
that he was not prepared to face a Mermaid deck. And yeah, I mean, funnily enough, he told me, yeah, that was the die roll I really wanted to win today, and he basically lost that match. But so far, so good, I would say, because like 6-1, it's still a very solid record.
Absolutely, it is. And let's just take a moment. See who it will be. Again, for anyone too unfamiliar, this Rysiel version relies around Traptrix Rafflesia, which is a generic rank 4 that says that whenever the timing is appropriate, you can send a Trapple card from your deck and then apply the effects. And that is extremely good because there are a lot of versatile cards that have been released throughout the years. So in particular, Gravedigger Trapple allows to negate cards that would prevent some possible end traps, and then yeah, I guess that is one good way to do it, and to just play the Rysiel deck in a unique way where you can resolve the duo drive more efficiently. And yeah, I think it's definitely an interesting one. It also has some in-engine synergy because you can send the Plasma, which is also a Rysiel card that is not played by many. And I do like it a lot. But yeah, it seems like our duelists are basically ready to start action. So let's find out who will be going first. Nice handshake. Also, at this stage, it's possible that they know what the other is playing, so we might see a Dweller from Giuseppe in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised, especially because after this many rounds, it's almost, possible that you get to know what your opponent is playing.
Indeed. And I see... Okay, a great start, but we do have that Dominus Impulse that is gonna be used already. Unfortunately, we drew 2 copies. Not quite ideal. And we follow it up with Pot of Desires. Okay. It seems like Pinsmith have really not been popular, at least on stream, in the Ryzel deck. We've only seen pure Ryzels this weekend.
Yeah, I mean we have witnessed so far a change in the trend, let's say, especially because before it was quite a matter of playing them either with the Finsmith or just the pure version, and I mean I like the approach of playing it. Oh, there's another pot. Okay. I mean,
Yeah, playing
yeah.
cop. Double pair right here for Giuseppe, trying to make the most out of it. And yeah, he cannot afford to do anything else. So we will just go for the duo drive. And it will be rewarded because I don't think there is a way for Michele to stop this. Oh, and that's a great
Also,
way.
the cross being pot drawn from him. And this is a good one, honestly.
Yeah. Right here again, we can also add the Plasma Trapple, the Ryzel. But no, we just go full on Monster Engine. We can get a draw with the cross later on, so yeah, it's looking promising. And now I mean, you gotta start taking Dweller into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you know what you're up against. And I mean, although this is like not the ideal start, it's still quite good. You also, you know, can shuffle back with the cross and then draw a card. So it's, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, makes the job. And on the other side, though, for Michele, if the Dweller comes up to the field, honestly, he will have a hard time.
But no, instead we, for now at least, go just for Detonator, bringing back another Ryzel monster. Prioritizing that over sending, you know, a card like Aggregator or the Eclipse Twins, which we could have done with the Axe. So I'm curious to see what Giuseppe wants to go for. Yeah, here comes the node. Is this gonna be the Dweller? Or are we going Rafflesia? Because that's also an option for this. I would assume that against other decks, maybe we do make Rafflesia here. But if he knows that he's up against Mermaid, this is a no-brainer, really.
Yeah, I mean, solid opener from him. It's just a matter of a choice here. Let's see what he decides to bring up on the
Is
field.
it Dweller? It's not. It's going to be Baguska. Interesting. Not even the Rafflesia, but Baguska instead. Wow. Could get punished heavily here. But, I mean, this is still a rough opener with the cross. And Michele is just gonna take rid of it. The graveyard effects are pretty much safe, but let's see.
Tough.
Yeah, this is not an easy field to break. But this is an interesting start. We do have cross available, by the way. Poseidra and Shadow Guard are the cards of choice. Yeah, just gonna take a read, making sure that there is no secret effect that could come up. I mean, the yeah, this will resolve, it seems, and the good part about this for Michele is that Baguska doesn't prevent from activating, so you can still pay for cost, and for this Poseidra, even though it will not resolve, you can still send a Dragoon, for example, and get the effect. So I'm sure now Giuseppe is regretting a little bit the decision not to go for Dweller, but this might still be good enough at the end of the day. And yeah, this is gonna be the case as expected. The same goes for Neptabis, for example. If it is the choice, you can still use the effect and send as cost. And yeah, seems like that will be the case. It's an interesting spot because what you can also do is destroy with infantry. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's gonna resolve. So we have already used the cross. So let's see if we have any other response. For now, it seems like infantry might actually be the choice.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, and it also depends on what the three remaining cards in hand are, but yeah, the infantry is being sent to the graveyard and decides to go onto the detonator.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Kind of surprising, I gotta say.
All right. Yeah.
But we can just use the effect, because it's not gonna be negated by Baguska, no? It's just a continuous. Yeah. I guess. Yeah, it's just interesting because it's your own card. It's not like you're not too familiar with it because your opponent is playing it. But yeah, I guess it's an interaction that has escaped Giuseppe up until now, and we'll try our best. Obviously, Link monsters still are the best thing that you can do against Baguska.
Yeah, Mikhail is just trying to understand how to deal with that Baguska and can't really. I mean, there's another impulse I think in his hand.
Yeah. But the issue, especially against you know, pure Rizel, is that sometimes it's enough to just slow down your opponent, because if you're not able to just win that turn or like set up a lock, they have so much recursion effect that next turn they're just gonna do it all over. So I don't think Michele is out of the woods right already, let's say. So you can tell that he's also been improvising a bit on what to do, and he might have drawn into the Coelegant because he's going over this Abyss Keeper. Instead, at the very end, decides to go for the Mermaid King Neptabis, which has enough attack points to be trying to attack over the Baguska. And yeah, this will be it. What's left? Yeah, it is the Coelegant. So very unfortunate because he has Purulia
Wow.
and the Coelegant. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. And we do have plug-in, so yeah, we are gonna use the impulse. But I mean, this doesn't change anything. We are now completely out of interruptions, and Giuseppe has so much going on. I think he has 4 or 5 cards. Like, that's unbelievable. And he still has cross to shuffle back. There is nothing in the graveyard. This will be a quick one, I believe.
Yeah, very unfortunate draws from Michele, which, you know, can't help him out.
Yeah,
At
especially
all.
because I think the Purulia must have been the 6th.
For sure. Yeah.
So that's really unfortunate. Because that would have been so good. Like, just imagine how many times he has special summon and normal like that. Yeah, that was just very unfortunate. And I think he knows it's over. So Michele picks up his cards, and it is Giuseppe winning this game 1 quite convincingly. Didn't take him, you know, all that much, just normal Rizel things. And, you know, you gotta feel a bit worried for Michele, because if this game, you know, in the following game he's gonna go first and just try and combo off, he really needs to find a solution for what could be now a Beast Dweller game 3.
No.
But for now, let's focus on his combos. He will go first, most likely take out the Mulcharmis. What are we thinking he's gonna bring in?
Well, it has Cold by the Grave and the Triple Tactics Talent. Again, Murmel is a combo deck, so you don't want to oversight decking. And we've mentioned this before. I think the deck is super consistent, but sometimes it can happen. Like, you know, this time it was quite unfortunate to draw the Purulia as the 6th card, and then there was also
double impulse. Like, 1 is okay, but like double is obviously terrible because you cannot use both. And yeah, I mean, going first, I'm sure he will feel better. Also, it's worth mentioning he's playing a full combo version with both Mulinglesia and the statue, so he can go like all out. On the other end, though, we will see. I mean, I guess we just expect more Mulcharmis in the side deck from Giuseppe as well. Probably taking out some of those trap cards, trap hole cards. So that will most likely be his strategy, and just in the back of his mind, know that no matter what happens, game 3, he goes first, try to go for Dweller, and you know, that's a good strategy to me. So I think without, you know, wasting too much time, they are shuffling up for game 2. So let's jump into action. Here they are. We have seen Mermaid combos in the past months and even today. Will that be the case for Michele? Let's see. Third question, as always, are we going to see some Mulcharmies from Giuseppe? Doesn't seem to be the case. So we can enter main phase, it seems. I see an Ash Blossom in the end from Giuseppe. So at least there is that. And I also just noticed that Michele is not playing any spells in the main deck.
Yeah, there's no
Shit.
1-for-1. This is what I've noticed as well.
Okay. This is an interesting question already posed to Giuseppe, because we have an Ash. Do we want to Ash the Pike? Doesn't seem like it. Do we want to Ash the Shadow Guard? We'll find out. We might as well. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
I think we have to.
yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if he has other interruptions, maybe he can think, but if not, especially now that he has added the Minstrel, you have to Ash it. And we actually go for Fuvalos. Okay.
All right. Okay. Well, here comes the Niptabis with the Dragoons, and it's looking promising for Michele. Because although the Fuvalos was activated, there's also an Ash Blossom. I think you can tell that Giuseppe is thinking about this Dragoon. And yeah, I think here it gets the Mulling Glacier is thinking about it, but yeah, makes sense. And here is going to take a look at Giuseppe's hand. Here it is. It is revealed, and yeah, this is what we were mentioning before. If you really felt like activating the Ash Blossom, you could have done it before. There's also the Draw the Lockbird, which may be interesting to understand if you drew it out of the Fuvalos or if it was there already. But
Yeah, I don't know, because to me, like, Fuvalos is obviously annoying, but there are ways to at least play somewhat around it, and I don't think we had the draw. I think we draw the draw afterwards. So yeah, it's definitely was an interesting decision, but this hand is incredible from Pepe. Yeah. I mean, he saw just the perfect amount of different interruptions while having access to engine plus desires. So it's gonna be rough for Michele to, you know, come up with something on the spot.
yeah, for sure here the plan is to have Falling Glacier being special summon and discard 2 cards. And then needs to manage to go for Bahamut Shark plus the Totally Awesome.
Let's see. We get Tius. And then we are gonna special summon back from the graveyard. We have 5 water monsters, which means, yeah, Mulling Glacier comes down. Let's see what he's gonna get rid of. I mean, if you get rid of the engine, I think that's one of them. It's so important. I don't think that's another one, though. And
Well.
yeah, it is the Ice and Eclipse, which are pretty good. So he's left with Droll and Pot of Desires.
Which is good news.
And we are going to go... Really?
Oh, wow.
Giving 2 draws for the total. This was not obvious at all to me. I thought there was some merit for maybe not even... And we have not drawn. Wait a second.
Yeah, it's just drawing. Yeah,
Okay,
it's drawing.
okay. So we're back to 4 cards. Essentially, the Mulling Glacier just, you know, traded and revealed some information. First. And yeah, here we're just gonna push forward, but I'm still wondering what's the plan. And we see, wow,
Ooh.
that's an interesting one. I didn't expect. Okay, if there was even less of an incentive for Michele to push, here comes the Spooky Dogwood.
Well, there was still a lot of time, and I mean, why not? I guess. Okay, Michele passes back to Giuseppe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the thing is that after having summoned the Bahamut Shark, giving your opponent 2 draws, which, you know... Let's see how this one goes.
The Ash Blossom should go back to his hand. And yeah, there it is. And this Desires... I don't know. Do you not negate it? I think you have to negate it.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, almost surely. Like, I mean, I guess they have 2 unknown cards. One of them, yeah, you have to negate it. Like, let's be real. Because, like, Spooky Dogwood was one of the 2 drawn cards, which means they actually have only 2 more. And I do agree with this decision. Does he get punished? Kinda, with this word. But I mean, there were so many good draws from Giuseppe. But here comes an impermanence. Is there any response? He knows Droll. And wow, there was another Book of Eclipse.
Wow.
The one he knew about was discarded off the Mulling Glacier, but he picked up another one, and this is big. Because this signals that there is no other interruption from Michele. Yeah, here comes the axe. Standing aggregator, it seems.
Well, here comes the node. I mean, yeah, this Book of Eclipse might have changed this game, especially because, you know, Michele knew that they was discarded, but another copy was picked up. Let's see if there's any response to this, but doesn't seem likely.
This is pretty much the only line of defense. If there is anything else from him, is there gonna to be anything from Giuseppe, or is this finally where he gives up? Oof. And there is an impulse, and I think he has seen enough after what was a close game one, at least closer than it looked. Michele still has enough in his tank to seal this one. We are going to game 3.
And it was not that obvious to me,
No.
honestly. It was not obvious because with how Michele started, I mean, it was of course a good hand, but after Giuseppe drew the other Book of Eclipse, we thought that he might have had a chance, but that impulse basically sealed the game. And this is good news for Michele now, because entering this game 3 now, it all depends on how basically Giuseppe draws his hand. I mean,
I gotta say the one card that obviously shapes up this matchup is Abyss Dweller. It is just so incredible against the deck. At the one card that is there and is now, I think, in everyone Mermail side deck is Xyz Anchor. That is the one and only card that can stop the Dweller from resolving, and I think often the match just comes to that. Like, are we able to see it or not?
Yeah, I mean, XYZ Anchor, honestly, it's a great card against the deck, and especially this is what really Michele is looking for. Hopefully this time around the hand traps from his side will be drawn differently rather than in game 1. But yeah, I mean, it all comes down to this. I mean, I think we all deserve to see a game 3 after what we witnessed in game 1 and 2. And I mean, we have 16 minutes remaining on the round, so there's still plenty of time for us to witness a game 3. And I mean, our players are almost done with their side decking, so I would say let's jump into game 3. Of course, as previously mentioned, when Mermail goes first has a huge advantage, but Michele showed us that the deck is still super consistent and, you know, can do his job when going second. But this time around, let's see if, differently from game 1, he may find his way or an XYZ Anchor to stop his opponent. Is just making sure that everything is in order with his deck and the side deck.
Let's see. As mentioned, only one of them can advance. This is X1 record, which they need to keep to make it all the way possibly down to, you know, the top 4 duelists from this event. Let's see whether it's going to be Mermail, or also let's see whether we're gonna see some of these Trap Tricks card in action, because we do have the Rafflesia engine, which we have not yet seen at all. Let's see. Oh my, and it's a complete brick.
What, really?
No, you gotta feel bad. I mean, wow. Especially playing Ryziel Pure, you have so many different
Right.
openers. did not open any single one of them. And we see Pike Dragoons on the other side. I mean, gotta feel bad for Giuseppe. Let's see if he has any type of response to just resist. Wow. No, nothing. It's gonna resolve. Ooh, but at least that's a pretty strong response, because he's actually being punished by opening the Dragoon, because we cut off the Dragoon search. Do we have a response? Maybe we spoke too soon. Giuseppe might just have the perfect answers. Oh, wow, and it's the spooky dogwood again. At least that means that he's gonna survive this turn.
It doesn't look promising for Giuseppe, honestly. It's he's left the top deck with 3 set cards. And I don't know, maybe it's just a couple of infinite impermanents and maybe a plug-in being hard drawn from his side. Or maybe he has a triple tactic talents being set. I don't know. Let's see.
I mean, 12 minutes remain, so Michele must also be careful. Because if he is to combo through here, he's gonna give his opponent so much life. And if there is a top deck of any Ryziel card, then there might be a trouble. Obviously, still plenty of time, but I mean, we shouldn't underestimate this. So we sent Neptabis as cost to try and bounce back something with the Poseidra.
Oh, there's a Solemn Strike. Okay.
Okay, so Solemn Strike on the Poseidra. And yeah, now we resolve the Shadow Guard, and we also resolve the Neptabis, bringing back the Dragoon. I mean, I'm losing track of how much life in the meantime Giuseppe is gaining.
He entered battle phase, and there's a Karuma cannon. Okay.
Ooh, that's quite a bit of a surprise. So we use the Daruma, shut all of those level 4 face down.
And pass back to Giuseppe, who really needs to find something out of his deck. And this is a good top deck. But there's the Ash Blossom from Michele. Let's see if there's a Solemn Strike.
Ooh, and that is quite the perfect answer. We have been asking for the Traptic Engine, and there comes the hard drawn Grave Digging Trapple. And yeah, Michele is gonna read it, but that is going to negate it. And that's big. We could see an insane comeback from Giuseppe. Wow. What a series of just throws. That opening was really, really weak from Giuseppe, as you can see, but I mean, he had so many good draws off the top.
Yeah, I mean, one single card basically just, you know, turned out this matchup entirely. And this is what he was really looking for out of his top deck. And here comes the duo drive.
And yeah, this is just the last glimpse of hope from Michele. Probably the last interruption, but not really an interruption, because he's gonna get a draw and then he's gonna get a search, but doesn't quite have that infantry access. And with 8 minutes remaining, the difference in life points is so wide. And yeah, this is going to resolve. Wow, wow, wee, wow. And it's plug-in plus cross.
And yeah, we've mentioned this, how one single card basically is changing, yeah, this game entirely. And there are 7 minutes remaining on the round, and it's, you know, Giuseppe is ahead of, you know, 6,000 life points, so, and more, so.
And counting, yeah. And yeah, there comes the node. I mean, when it's not searched, we can expect it to be there. We use cross to draw, I believe. Yeah, shuffling back to draw a card. And yeah, we're just gonna push, move to battle phase, attack over, leave just a pike face down. And that might be it. Not as impressive as we were maybe expecting, but now we have the Raziel Cross. And that's... Ooh, an F-Tabis.
Wow.
That's big. Because if we resolve, we then have a chain where we possibly... Yeah, we are gonna to decide which order to go for. But regardless, let's just look at this. Is he out of cards, by the way? I think he is. Because we are going to negate the Neptabis with the cross. And then we are gonna pop that. Oh, and we have another Dragoon. No, he's not out of cards at all. He actually has 2 more. And what? Wow. This is still the game that keeps on giving, really. Game freeze all the time as of in the last few rounds, down to the wire. And again, when it seems like this might be a little bit too much, we find additional resources up the top. And the turn was a bit underwhelming from the Ryziel side. We have normal summoned, but we can just either proceed to link away into some of the Marincess. But definitely Michele should be playing a little bit faster because he's the one who is staring at 6,700 life point gap at the moment. And yeah, we do go for the link. And it's going to be the Marincess. Makes sense. Just extend plays a little bit further. And now we get to resolve the Neftabis. This is such a great interaction because heavy infantry has the additional effect of giving you one more normal summon, and you can use it to then go for a second normal summon this turn of the Neftabis. Very nice find by Michele.
Yeah, he's playing now at full speed, and
this might just be it, actually. After playing through a lot, this might be able to just make enough to win, even though it's almost 13,000 life points. They're having a laugh, but yeah. And I think that's what Giuseppe is asking. Like, do you have enough to just win? I'm gonna extend the handshake, but maybe a bit of a mind game, you know. And yeah, not quite sure what's going on between them, but yeah, you can see they're having a laugh. And even I mean, it's good to see some good sportsmanship and just counting.
yeah, I think here it's just a matter of calculating and how much life points you have on the field. And
wow.
yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, regardless, even if this is not enough to win, he will surely get ahead in life. And then, I mean, I don't think Giuseppe has enough time to just see another turn. So the only thing Michele has to be careful is pushing damage right here. And that's what he's going to be doing. So he's gonna push what are, I mean, that's 4,000 plus 3, so 7,000 and 9,300, I think. So leaving his opponent. Oh no, we're not done. Yeah, it is. Okay, okay. Pretty sure he's at 34, not at 33, but okay. Doesn't change much.
he's actually thinking of getting rid of the totally awesome, and it does.
Yeah, because then you can use the effect and just recycle another water. And I think time might just be called anytime, and that is it. Michele wins the match with Mermail. Wow. I mean, what a match this was. Truly, the first 2 games, but I think overall all of them were, you know, fought more than you would expect. Usually when you see Mermail in the picture, they go first, they win, they go second, maybe they don't against Dweller. We have not seen a single Dweller all match, which is also explaining why Mermail won, I think. But overall, yeah, I think it was definitely an interesting one where they both tried to push through different types of interruptions. And I think it really could have gone either way for each of the games that is. And in the end, game 3 is the most interesting because at the end of the day, we were discussing, okay, he's gonna go first, make Dweller a brick, full brick from Ryzel, 3 face down and a pass. You gotta feel bad for him. And an amazing end from his opponent. But then, with Droll and Lock plus Spooky Dogwood, he just had worry, enough to just stay in the game. And especially the big surprise was he finally top decks a Ryzel. His opponent tries to stop it, but he has with Ash Blossom.
Yeah.
But he has the one-off touch, which you want to send with the Rafflesia, which is the Grave Trigger Trapple. He has it, he can negate the Ash, so he got into his place, but then, I don't know, he just couldn't get enough momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite unfortunate, especially because we thought that for a moment Giuseppe had it, and then Michele was able to come back into this game, which was, very fought after, and I mean, very tough match, honestly.
Indeed,
and
indeed.
Congratulations to Michele for advancing with a 7-1 record, one more match remaining, so
Exactly.
can't
And
wait.
I mean, it has been an amazing journey for sure, guys. So we want to thank you a lot for being with us. But now it's where the best has to in store for you. Only one more match remain to crown who will be the Italian Open 2025 champion from Bologna. So don't go anywhere, because soon we'll be back with round 9. it all comes down to this. One last round to crown who will be the Italian Open 2025 champion here in Bologna, taking home this beautiful trophy. And, well, what a match that the stars have aligned for us. We really couldn't have hoped for more, as, first of all, both of the duelists have been featured today already, which is already insane, I would say. But especially, both of them have told us also that we'll see you later, we'll see you in round 9. That's what they specifically told me. Well, it is true. And on the one hand, we have Gianluca. No surprise, we saw him win in just 2 turns ago, and he is the only player left who is undefeated. 8-0 at the moment. Impressive stuff. And he has been able to do so with the Blue Eyes deck. On the other hand, though, I mean, if there is somebody that you don't want to be playing against in the final, I think we might have our first ever 3-time Open finalist. Insane accomplishment, which is Diego Ganzerli. He has been here 3 times already. He won in Rome. And now he's again trying his best to do it. He has been at the finals of 2 different Italian national championships. He lost, unfortunately, the last one, and this time he will try his chance to redeem himself and win yet another title. It will be a match between friends, which is always nice to see, and it will be a match between Malice and Blue Eyes. So I think, without further ado, our duelists are ready. Let's find out who will be the champion. Here they are.
I mean, I think Bologna brings it's like a lucky charm for Diego.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, he has been in this same venue. I don't know. Sometimes it is like that. There are these, places where it just feels magical, and this is one of them. But as you can see already, the atmosphere is quite nice. You have joked with Gianluca before that, he has actually been often undefeated after Swiss. This is finally the event where if you are undefeated after Swiss, you win. So maybe this is the chance that he's getting at winning a title finally, deservingly so. Wow. And it will be Diego, I think, going first, if I'm not mistaken. So we might just see some of his Malice Kashtira deck. As a reminder, very unique build. And first and foremost, do we have that shifter? Not quite. We start things off. And let me check something, I don't remember how many interruptions. Okay, no, we have a fair amount of interruptions in the main deck from Gianluca, so we should expect at least some. And do we have any here? We do see the Dominus Purge. On the Chassis Cat. Only playing 2 copies, which is also not too common, I'd say.
Something that you don't expect often to, to face a Dominus Purge. You
Yeah.
can tell Diego is having a think about this.
Both quite experienced, have played on stream multiple times already. But yeah, we just continue pushing forward with the decoder. And we have a Bestial, which we don't play that many, so we are just gonna completely link off everything. And the Red Ransom, it's the field. I mean, Diego told us that the obviously specific reason why he's playing this deck outside of Shifter is just for how powerful these link frees are. And I mean, they do.
Well, we mentioned at the beginning of the tournament how much you have to respect Malice, and I really feel like if there's a player in the room today who deserves to, you know, have the chance to win this tournament is Diego, especially because, you know, we have been seeing in piloting all different decks throughout the last months, and today also in this previous match, at the future match, he showed us how powerful the deck is and how he masters it. So I'm really curious to see now here against Gianluca with his Blue Eyes deck, who has not dropped a single match yet, how Diego will be doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's it can be a bit of you know, pressure to play off, but I mean, they are both used to it. Diego lost the last final at the Italian Open against where like he won against you know, another friend of his, which was Lorenzo Muselli. But then, you know, I think Lorenzo's got his revenge at the Italian National Championship. So it's not even a first to play against you know, some friends on stream for Diego, and you can see that he's locked in.
And he has already won this tournament last year, so it's oh, there's the Nibiru.
Okay.
And I think this is the first time today which we see Nibiru being summoned.
Not much, yeah. I think maybe once.
Maybe once, I don't remember.
That's about it. So we can chain SP quite effectively, but it's still gonna be a little bit annoying. Yeah, you can see Diego not too amused with it. And yeah, he's gonna chain it, banish both the SP and the Red Ransom. Then we get a token. Il Baroigenos. Let's see if Diego can find a way to push through this Nibiru and Purge. Go for the field spell.
I feel like for Blue Eyes, it's not an easy matchup to play against Malice in general. Like, I mean, of course, there's also...
and there is
wow,
the talent, the
talent.
one-off talent in the main deck. Picked up. Brutal. I mean...
Yeah.
Diego never seems to be, you know,
Yeah.
too happy with what he's got. Always got the kind of look. But I mean, this is pretty.
Could have been worse, honestly. I mean, without the talent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
still holding a couple cards. He's gonna get back a lot during the end phase. So we are going to link everything away. Probably for the white bander. Yeah, it is. So, I mean, this talent worked out great, allowing Diego to access both Rare Ransom and the precious white binder.
And this was exactly the reason why Gianluca was having a laugh when I saw the talent being activated from
Indeed.
Diego, because, you know, this...
I mean, it's also quite likely that they know most of each other's deck list. So maybe he knows that it's just a one-off talent. And yeah. This is big. We have already used so many interruptions from Gianluca. And here we're going to get another draw. So much advantage. Yep. There it is. Draw off the... top. Let's see what it is. Is this it? Do we want to push more? We are. We're gonna link away everything into a dark. Okay. That's an interesting choice. And then we just set a card and move to the end phase, bringing back the SP and the red ransom. And it is quite a field. There it is. So Gianluca draws, and right away we are going to bring back the white binder.
I mean, everything, you know, under Purge and Nibiru.
Yeah.
Of course, there was the talent which, you know, helped Diego out, but, you know.
Yeah, this was such an impressive opener, and I mean, this really is one of those decks where sometimes just one interruption is enough to stop, and sometimes, yeah, you just do this, fruit you. So this looks very rough, especially given that, I mean, Gianluca is on an Entrop version of the deck. He is just playing 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17 Entrops in the main deck, but has only drawn 2, and he is not really on breakers. So, I mean, still, he's gonna try his best. He's here to play.
Tough for Gianluca, honestly. I think Diego also has a couple of cards in hand as well. Just, I think, yeah. So,
yeah, 3 cards in the end from Diego. The end was not even that bad, actually. We had a lot of combo pieces, but going second against Malice, I'm not sure those will be enough.
Well, there's the maiden big activating here from Gianluca. Diego's also has
Wow.
the Cold by the Grave.
All the time. It's the third game in a row.
Khaled.
That he has picked up Call by the Grave. And I mean, yeah, maybe it's the new signature card from Diego for this event at least. 100% Call by the Grave rate. Which also is one of those cards which will get an alternate art in Quarter Century Stampede next week. Probably our favorite alternate art.
Yeah, I mean, they're just beautiful. And honestly, we also mentioned, I mean, another card which I really want to put my hand on is Nibiru the Primal Being.
Libero. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
just can't wait.
Showing what's been hiding in that rock. Get the roar.
Yeah, SP gets activated, and I think Gianluca got an effect Vader.
There comes the roar. I mean, Gianluca really trying his best to stay in this. He does not want to give up. He's gonna try and give it his all very best to just take this title. And here comes the Tyrant. It has been a crucial card as it allows Gianluca to attack over all of his opponent monsters.
And yeah,
That's
I think he entered battle phase, and yeah, is attacking over Diego's monster here now to deal some damage. Yeah, Red Ramson first, then the White Binder. And yeah, and the Darks.
Or maybe not. I mean, impressive stuff by Gianluca. Recognizing his just his only way out, trying to break this field as best as he could, and he did a really good job, but now he just passes back. Now it's a crucial draw from Diego. So much still available to him, and a Bestial is a great way to start things off.
This is
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, you get a draw here, you set up the Druid Swarm, which can get rid of the Tyrant. Is unbelievable.
this is so much from Diego here, and yeah, I mean, Gianluca is pretty much left with the effect Veiler in hand. Now the Red Ramson also comes back to the field. And yeah, here once again Diego is showcasing us how powerful the deck is, and I mean, he piloted the deck incredibly well throughout the day, and I think it's very close to seal this game one. Although we have to give credit to Gianluca because he's actually trying his very best to stay into this. Although we can, see how difficult it can be. But here comes the Nightmare Cerberus, which don't
Yeah,
see
we have
often.
not seen often, but I mean, it's another one of those utility cards that, you know, can get additional draws. Pretty good. So, it also has a built-in protection effect that may be forgotten about. Yeah, there we find a draw. So that's about it. I mean, all that effort, but at the end, for what could be the question? Diego is down to only 2250, but let's see. Seems like he is entering battle, I heard. Maybe from the looks of it.
Yeah.
But we are gonna use an effect Veiler on these arts, which yeah, we apparently are just gonna change.
Yeah, also the 06 being activated, and I think Gianluca
that's about
has
it.
seen enough.
I mean, good effort by Gianluca, but in the end, the opening from Diego is just too much to overcome. He tried his best with a Tyrant, but I mean, he really had it all. Opened through an Ibiru for the Primal being and a Dominus Purge, and still was able to end up with an impressive build and a lot of follow-up. So, only one game away from Diego becoming a two-time Open champion. Again, the first time this could have happened ever since we introduced them, I believe. And on the other hand, though, it's still far from over. Gianluca has showed his resilience all day long, being the only player with 8-0. And now he's gonna get a chance at going first, setting up his Blue Eyes plays, and obviously Artifact Lancea is now in the game.
Yeah, totally. And he can also set in the Solemn Judgments, which we saw him side decking in his previous feudal match, and I think makes a lot of sense. I mean, Artifact Lancea is for sure one of those cards you really want to have against Malice. While Diego, on the other side, I think, yeah, he has options as well. He also has Ash Blossom if he really feels like siding it in. I mean, again, also Shifter is, you know, enemy number one, I would say, so he's really looking forward to drawing one of them. But yeah, I mean, we will soon find out, because basically our players are almost done with their side deck, so I would say let's jump into game 2.
Here they are. Can Gianluca even the score? Let's see. We don't really expect interruptions from Diego's side. We have seen in these previous rounds, but here comes the Fuvalos. One of the very few interruptions alongside Shifter, and it hits. Yeah, basically I was saying he's mostly on field-breaking spells, but there comes one of the only two Entropsies remaining, Fuvalos. And we go and pick a Veiler, I think. Yeah. That's a great way to follow this up. We have the Maiden, we can go and set up the True Light.
Yeah, very good opening from Gianluca with the Sage plus Maiden.
This time I think going for the Majesty, actually. Yeah. And yeah, just taking it slow. And if there is that one signature card, the RP Feather Duster from Diego. This could be a quick one. And it's instead the Fenrir once more. This looks so similar to the previous Diego Future match. He's only playing one Fenrir, but again, the second time that he has opened it.
Fenrir has always put so much pressure to your opponent, and it's always so annoying to deal with. And I think he got the unicorn.
Now we follow it up with one of our few. I think he's only playing two, as we mentioned, chess tickets. And there comes the Majesty. So we have a bestial. I mean, regardless, getting even rid of the True Light could be good. And we do have a field spell.
Good.
That's a pretty good one.
And Gianluca allows it.
Yep, huge extender here. We can just go and punish, in this case, the Dormouse.
No Lancia as well.
Yeah, we have not seen Lancia at all weekend, by the way, which is surprising, given that we did feature Malice quite a bit.
Yeah.
Now, yeah.
White Rabbit comes back. And I think he's looking promising for Diego, to be fair.
I mean, it's rough out there. We opened the Fubalos. Gianluca didn't really feel like playing into it. And here, once more, we see these Kashtira cards being added to decks. They won the last Italian Open, being added to the Tempai Fiendsmith deck. And now they're added to the Malice deck as well. We are gonna push some damage and then activate the effect to just banish that True Light, which is gonna be chained, setting up for next turn, but getting a lot of damage. I'm not sure what he said though. And yeah, we move on to main fist Chew.
A lot of damage.
Yeah. And we just go and link away everything. I mean, knowing that even though your opponent might deal with this, you have then the Unicorn, which is big. And it's gonna be the White Binder, and this Solemn Judgment might look good, but we do have the Unicorn from before, so we can go Unicorn, Search, Birth, and that's big. And that is exactly what's going on now. That's really annoying.
So Gianluca, I think, is forced to activate the effect Veiler here. Oh, but there's an
there
Nibiru.
is a Nibiru, okay.
Well, I mean, the Nibiru on here, I think, is just...
It took a lot, but in the end, Gianluca has managed to stop that aggression and might have an opening to even the score. And I think that is it. Wow, Diego actually picks up his cards and we are gonna go to game 3. It seemed hopeless, but Gianluca hung on in there, and thanks to Solemn Judgment plus Nibiru the Primal Being, was able to stop all that Diego threw at him and then steal this game. I mean, I think it's only fitting that they're gonna decide this one out with a game 3.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I mean, we thought for a second that Diego had it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Gianluca did, I mean, really waited for the right moment to activate his Solemn Judgment on the white binder, and of course we didn't see Nibiru coming, for sure. And I mean, you can see Diego, I think, still thinking about this game too, in my opinion, you know, just if he could have done something different.
For sure. I think, yeah, many players maybe would have used that Solemn a lot earlier, and that is probably the difference between them and why Gianluca is the only one with an 8-0 record and the only one that can, you know, by winning, just move to a 9-0, which is absolutely impressive given the field of 509 players from all over. And yeah, now obviously things are gonna be most likely similar to game 1, where Diego goes first, try to combo off. But again, will it be the first time, without wanting to jinx it for Diego, that we see a Lancea? It's unbelievable that it's the most popular side deck card since months, and we have not seen it yet. So let's see whether that will be the case. And regardless, it will be a spectacle between two of the best Italian players of the moment. Possibly players that we'll also see, especially for Gianluca, at the playoffs later on this year at the European Championship. So we could be standing in front of a future world champion in the making. Who knows? But for now, let's stick to the present. Let's stick to who will be the Open champion. Let's go to the final game of the Italian Open. And it is the first time we see the Artifact Lancia. We have not seen it, and finally it comes down. We've mentioned it. We have been waiting for this moment. And here it is in the most important moment. But there comes the answer. The Kashtiras.
I mean, I always feel like that every time Diego's opponents have answers, Diego's find answers to their ones. So it's, I mean, he always had these Kashtira cards in pockets, and here you go.
It's a clutch one for sure. It's a one-off in the deck, and he has seen it now as a response also to the Lancea.
And also there's the Fugalos. Okay.
Well, Gianluca is here.
There's the Mascherena from Diego, plus the Birth. Yeah, so that's one, and I think that's it.
What an opener by Gianluca, both Fuvalos and Lancea. Here comes Diego with those Kashtiras, which are there also to play around Lancea. Can he find enough? Can he find a way to break through this? And
Wow.
it's the Harpy's Feather Duster. Oh my.
Diego's close friend is being activated now from Gianluca. This is huge.
Absolutely is. What a pickup from the side deck. Doesn't play Lightning Storm, only that one Duster, and it is picked up. And yeah, you can see Diego really debating with himself. Not happy about this whatsoever. As understandable. And that's it. Ooh, he set the gold sarcophagus.
Wow.
He might regret that later on. But here we see immediately the Mascherena being activated. So we are going to resolve the dragon, and then the SP gonna banish it. It seems, at least, that we can banish one of the cards. Which one is it going to be? And it is going to be the face down lower the lower. Resolves, and also we are going to be able to use this unicorn to banish one of these one-offs in the extra deck, and showing it to us. It is going to be that Tyrant Dragon that really was about to cost him game one. Let's see. Can Gianluca find a way to fight back? Such a promising start. Lancea, Fuvalos, RP Feather Duster. Doesn't get much better than that. Can he stop Diego from becoming a two-time Italian Open champion?
I think they could bottle face, yeah.
And yeah, he's going to just crash into the
Pass.
SP. And pass. Wow. Not quite what we expected after the RP Feather Duster, but that gold sarcophagus is gone from Diego. It could have been in the end, and this game was probably over on the spot. Instead, let's see if he has enough to just fight back. No more targets for this unicorn in the deck. The one birth was destroyed.
Well, here we need to be careful a bit about the Nibiru. I
Indeed.
think.
And instant field spell off the top. What a card. No more Lancea. And I agree with you, maybe Nibiru could be the main way in which we lose this one. But Gianluca is thinking about it. And he does activate an Ash Blossom, which means that, yeah, we are gonna take yet another resource from this extra deck away. Really hard think.
And also against this specific version of Malice, I think we have even more problems because of the Kashtira cards being there.
Indeed. Kashtiras, anytime that the format is filled with entraps, just are such good responses, and we instead are going to go for one of the one-offs, and we do have the Dormouse. Oh my. This could be it. We are still on only the second summon for the turn. And now we summon yet another Malice card.
Yeah, this is the third summon, right? Yeah.
Yeah. This is 61 without the field spell already, right? So it's 61. Something like this. And it could be over. But no, we are actually going to... This would be summer number 4, I believe.
Yeah.
But I think it might be enough. Yeah, this is enough if you just punish it with the trap card. And it is enough! Diego is the winner. There was the Nibiru. And Diego just plays it magnificently. And he is going to be your two-time Italian Open champion. What a final and what an event it truly was. 9 amazing rounds. 509 participants fighting their best Yu-Gi-Oh! To just become the champion and bring this beautiful trophy home. Turns out it will be just the person who has holding one of these already back home. Now he will have a twin brother from this year as well. And I mean, what more can we say? Honestly, it was an amazing match. We gotta give you congratulations to Gianluca. What a player he is. He has had an amazing season. We are, I think, without jinxing it, he has very good chances of making it to the playoffs. So we'll wish him best of luck for what could be an amazing result, making it all the way to qualify for the World Championship in Paris this summer. But I mean, if he had an amazing run, being the only 8-0, what more can we say about Diego?
No, I mean, Diego is incredible. Honestly, year after year is. I mean, I think he's making a collection of trophies. Like,
Yes, indeed.
you know, it's unbelievable. It's always super consistent. It doesn't matter the format. He's always there. Keeps his composure, and you know, I really like that. He's always, you know, building up new strategies with his friends, and I mean, impressive. Congratulations for the
sure.
run and for the title.
No,
honestly.
he's obviously we're gonna have a chance to just speak to him soon enough. But I think he should be of inspiration for anyone just playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and especially for his unique deck building. Obviously, he is not alone. He has stressed multiple times that he has a very good close friends, all with incredible results. Gianluca is also one of them, and it's just so interesting to me that. Not only has he adapted, but he has adapted while keeping some similarities across the formats. I've already touched on that in the previous interview I've had with him, but just the fact that he keeps on playing these cards like Shifter, maybe that's a no-brainer. But like Kashtiras, every time you see Kashtiras in no matter what kind of deck, he has played them in Snake Eyes, he has played them now, he has played them back in the day. So, I don't know, there is something just about the game that I think he sees differently from anyone else. And given the amount of success he's having, I think anyone should just be at least analyzing what he's doing and trying to understand how. And I don't think it's just due to how good he is as a player. I think deck building is a key factor often. And yeah, I think he's really the deserving winner. So cannot wait to wish him congratulations. So again, I think from me and Alberto, thank you guys really deeply for having followed this amazing event. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be back one more time with what is a very deserving prize ceremony for Diego.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Italian Open here in Bologna. I'm here now with the champion, Diego Ganzerli.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I mean, honestly, you left us speechless. Last year you won, and here we
And
are
this year,
again.
yes.
And so first of all, it's my pleasure to give you the
Thank
trophy and also this beautiful oversized card. And how do you feel?
It's fantastic. Our list was fantastic, and shout out to my teammates, my brothers Lorenzo and Gabriele, and everyone support me.
Well, we have to say that you didn't lose a single match throughout the day. And also this finally was basically along the line. Also, we thought for a moment that Game 2 was going to your side, and then the Nibiru was there. Also, I mean, we have to congratulate Gianluca for a beautiful tournament. He only lost to you, basically. And I have to say that Bologna is a special place for you.
Yes, it's my best place.
Yeah, I mean, 3 last times we went here, you won the national championship. Last year you lost to your friend Lorenzo Muselli, and now again you are a two-time Open champion. So a huge congratulations. It was a beautiful day of action. And guys, thank you so much for being with us. Just as a reminder, Yu-Gi-Oh! Never ends. Thank you so much for being with us today, and see you next week at the Greek Open. Congratulations to Diego once again. We will surely see you at the Italian National Championship later on this year. And thank you again, and see you soon.